believed in these events, I think I end up thinking, well, I try to come up with a hypothesis, and what I theorized is that it's encounters with advanced beings from elsewhere in the universe. I think it's a good explanation of what's occurred.
How is it a good explanation?
Because I don't have to make too many assumptions, and it explains the data that we have. Otherwise,
you don't have
we
to
just
make too many assumptions.
In a hypothesis, I think you do, without, because otherwise you're just kind of throwing your hands up and saying, well, I don't know what happened.
You're taking the idea that religious texts exist, and then making the assumption that they are describing actual events, and then making the assumption that the actual events described are misinterpreted aliens, and then making the assumption, as we discovered earlier, that those aliens have some kind of godlike power. And then making more assumptions on top of that about the origins of the aliens, right?
I don't think I have to explain the origins of the aliens to posit that there are aliens, if that makes sense.
I see. And then making the assumption that those aliens could travel interstellar space, and that if they traveled interstellar space, you make the assumption that they would want to somehow seed life or control life here.
Yeah.
Do you see the layers of assumptions?
Well, yeah, but I don't think
it's fewer assumptions than
I didn't
either
say it was
accepting
fewer.
the story as face value or rejecting the story at face value.
I wouldn't say it's fewer. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Then what is the purpose of this? You said it makes. I thought you said it makes the least assumptions.
If I said that, I misspoke. What I meant was that it's not fewer assumptions in terms of number of assumptions. It's a lesser assumption in the sense of the quality of the assumption.
It's a lesser assumption than rejecting it.
Sorry, say again.
Is it a lesser assumption than rejecting?
Oh, no, I'm not claiming that either. But I'm just saying, compared to supernatural assumptions, I think my assumption is lesser and more reasonable.
Why are you comparing your assumption to supernatural ones?
Because that's what religious people traditionally claim. And I'm saying that there's a better hypothesis or assumptions you can make. You don't have to posit a supernatural being.
Why would you posit that there's any truth at all to these religious claims?
Yeah, because I think the data set that we have is too much to just ignore.
What data set?
Religious writings, which have existed in basically every civilization ever.
You say there's too much to ignore. In what way?
Yeah, I think it's too much to just say.
I'm not quite done asking the question.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
You're saying it's too much to ignore, but in what way do these data, however you pronounce it, in what way do they correspond and correlate into an alien progenitor?
Yeah, because we have the data, right? Every civilization that's ever existed has texts about encounters with, for lack of a better word, supernatural beings or happenings or miracles and things like that. And I think that deserves an explanation. And one explanation is that it's just beings who are more advanced than us. And I don't think, because otherwise it's either that or you just say it's all just made up, and none of it requires explanation. And I'm not willing to go that route either. I
Why?
think that sort of
Why are you
minimizes
not
human
willing to go
experience.
that?
Yeah,
How
because
does it
I think
minimize the
people were
human
genuinely trying to
experience?
explain something that they encountered and it needs explanation.
Are you sure?
Sorry, what do you mean? Am I sure? Like,
Are you sure that these are all people trying to convey something they actually encountered?
I believe so. I think most of these religious texts were written by sincere people who experienced something.
Why?
Why do I think people are sincere?
Why do you think that religious texts are written by sincere people? That most of them are.
Because I just try to imagine myself trying to explain like reality, and I think that's a human endeavor that is like at the core of our existence. We try
Do
to
you
figure
try
things out.
to would you write a religious text based on your assumption of progenitor theory and try to assert to everyone that this is the way it is? Would you think that that would be you being sincere if you did?
Oh, well, but I don't think I have to write it down because I do think that other people have already done it. If I encounter these kinds of beings and nobody around me seem to be noticing what's happening, then I think I would write it down and try to pass that on. Yeah, but I'm not saying that me in 2026 would try to do that now because I think it's already been done.
If you had just been the first person to come to this notion, would you write it down? Would you try to make people aware of it and
Oh yeah,
believe it?
absolutely. I think I would. Yeah.
Would you try to convince people that it is true?
If I genuinely believed it, yes, I would try to convince other people that this is the case.
Would that be sincere if you had not actually encountered alien beings, but were just making the assumption?
Oh no, if I had not personally encountered this, then of course I would not be trying to write this down.
I see. So, have you personally encountered
No,
alien beings?
no, I've not.
So, it wouldn't be sincere for you to try to write a document and convince others to do that, to believe.
Currently, yeah, no, I don't think it would be sincere for me to do that because I have not personally encountered these beings.
Can you see a reason why someone might do that insincerely? Like why they might claim some
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
knowledge?
People sometimes will make stuff up for like profit, and maybe they might just be mistaken. That could be an outcome for sure.
And do you leave room for the possibility that religious texts could be written by people who are either insincere or mistaken?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it would be disingenuous to say otherwise. Yeah, people can be mistaken about stuff.
Could any of them be written by people who are insincere, or at least be originated from an insincere story or thought?
Yeah, of course.
So why would you believe that most are sincere?
Yeah, just because I guess I don't have a reason to doubt them necessarily, like not all of them at least. There are insincere
So you
people,
don't
and I
have
think so. I'll give you an example.
you don't have a reason to doubt
Not
religious
not
texts.
like a completely no. Because look, the data is the same, right? There's
What do you
writing.
mean?
The data is the same, right? the data is out there, insincere and basically, or how much of it is people trying to
Even
write
if it
down
is
what they genuinely
sincerely
experienced.
conveyed, how much of it do you think is written firsthand by people experiencing encounters with deities?
By firsthand, do you mean, do we have the original manuscript?
How
Because
many
that would be
religious...
almost none, right?
So then why would you believe any of these stories of stories of stories?
Yeah,
And,
because that's how stories go. The stories doesn't just come out of nowhere, right? There's reasons that these traditions and stories develop, and they have so much power, right? Some of these stories literally create civilizations.
right, but does that mean that they necessarily are true?
I think there's truth in them. It doesn't mean that, 100% of every facet of the story is true, but I think enough is true to be taken seriously.
Interesting. Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Yes, I think I am. Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that I have to be willing to consider that I could be wrong.
And do you consider that you could be wrong about alien progenitors shaping religions, and that religions must inherently be based on true stories?
Yeah, I do think it's possible that I could be wrong, but
How do you
I'm
question that?
currently persuaded that I'm not.
How do you question that?
How do I question whether I could be right or wrong?
For example, um, what would be your strongest critique of your own worldview?
Oh, it would be that scientifically we know that faster than light travel is currently there's no, I don't think it's theoretically possible, but it's physically or practically very hard to imagine how it would work. So my theory or my apprehension would be limited by the actual possibility of beings to, for example, have the ability to travel interstellar distances. That would be one way you could critique my hypothesis.
Do you not think that do you think that a species that would be advanced enough to travel faster than light and overcome that seeming barrier would be interested in um, enslavement or um, uh, bonding lesser creatures from other worlds? Do you think that would be their drive, or
Well,
something that they would?
I would say it like this. So we do that on this planet, right? We've done that in history. We've gone to other parts of the world, people who imagine that they're superior to others,
Why do
then
you
do
assume they
bad
would be
things.
like us?
Well, I'm just saying it's an inductive. It's not a deductive idea. It's inductive. So if I see this happening now within our little planet, I'm extrapolating that could be the case on an intergalactic scale.
Do you ever admit to not knowing something you don't know?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that this is like 100% knowledge. I'm saying it's a
Mhm.
hypothesis. I'm trying to explain the data that I see.
What data?
We've kind of gone over this already, this religious texts and history and so on.
How are religious texts verified as data?
It's a data point, as in they exist.
I see. And so because they exist, here's what I'm noticing. I'm noticing that no matter what the question is, you seem to be interested more in refuting the question rather than actually examining or considering your viewpoint. Is
No, I don't think that's the
is
case. I've considered that I could be wrong, and I gave you one way I could be wrong.
I'm still speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
you
don't think you
paused.
seem to understand. Is your purpose being up here just to present your data, your belief?
I mean, isn't that the purpose of anybody who comes up on the panel?
No.
It's not?
No. Most of them are actually genuine in their desire to question their beliefs.
I gave you an example
you
that you could question my belief. You didn't really seem to engage with it, the interstellar travel thing.
I did actually engage with it.
Okay,
what
would be your counter to it?
See, counter. Why do you think that I need to counter it to engage with it?
Because it's a genuine critique against my view, right?
Why do you think I need to counter it to engage with it?
Yeah,
why are you trying to debate?
Because if you make the point that interstellar travel is actually impossible, and you give some reasons why that's the case, that
you can do your solo debate by your solo self. Solo. I'm not interested in debating you. I'm not interested in just taking your counterpoint to counter it. I wanted to see if you could engage in critically thinking about your view, and you're not capable. You just aren't. And it's really unfortunate. And it's exhausting. Well, there was another way to say it, Lady Huggy. I could have said another thing about debating alone. I mean, that it is a baiting of kind, and it is alone. But for TikTok TOS, I decided not to. Clearly, Dawn, clearly you're fucking with us. Clearly you're a troll, and clearly I'm done with you. Big Bad Blue Dream says, what do you believe in, bro? Well, bro, what I believe doesn't make a difference to you questioning yours. If you can question your beliefs, if you're at all capable of it, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious point and counterpoint, set and reset. I'm not looking to go back and forth in some kind of overly pompous way. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Is it something you can even do? TikTok isn't making it easier. But if you are over here on the Tiki-Taki site where all of the chaos is ensuing for some reason, and you have the ability to question your beliefs, and maybe you have one of those beliefs in like a god or gods, a higher power or some other kind of thing like that, then go ahead and request up here. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Why will I be on a different platform 18 days from now? Fascinating. Am I leaving TikTok? I don't plan to. It's not on my calendar. But Chalk and Cheese has a prophecy apparently for me that is only slowly being revealed. Apparently, I'll become some kind of preacher now on a different platform, according to him. And it all has a very sort of impending doom feel. It is really weird. It almost gives like, well, I guess I'll refrain from making that comparison. But I don't think I need to say it out loud. What it gives. But if you give questioning your beliefs a chance at all, and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request up here. I'm not here for a debate or an argument. I'm just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you're capable, and you have the respect to actually read the prompt first. Why do people do that? It always drives me nuts. And I think we could have, I don't know, some kind of productive conversation.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on.
Did you mean to request that?
So just like give me a second because I'm excited to be here. So hold on.
Okay. I'm already thinking maybe you can request up. There was somebody else in line who might be ready. Oh, well, never mind, they're gone. Yeah, Aradia, just request back up when you're actually ready. We'll see if the next guest is... Oh, well, okay, maybe you are ready. and the next guest is a ghost.
Okay, sorry. I'm ready. I'm ready now, but my whole house is quiet, so I'm just gonna talk quiet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Aurelia. Can I get your
Okay.
age for TikTok TOS?
I am. Well, I'm 44, and yeah, I'm old enough.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do, but I also believe a little bit more today and different with all that.
I'm sorry, you said you believe more than God.
Yes, I'm actually a Luciferian.
What does that mean to you?
I'm a Luciferian.
Or what does that mean? What does Luciferian
A
mean to you?
Luciferian, we teach people to basically own your own rights of who you are, and believe in what you know is right and wrong. A Luciferian is lighter than the satanic. We're not dark. Not all satanics are dark either. Okay. Yeah, like there's more to this world that I didn't understand. I thought I was talking
Okay,
to
so-
this, I thought I was talking to spirits, and I wasn't. I was talking to souls.
Okay,
I'm empath. I'm
let's
telepathic.
slow down just a little
Okay.
bit here. I just
Sorry.
asked what you meant by Luciferian.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
What is? So
It's more of ourselves, looking with ourselves, of our
looking
own true
within
God.
ourselves.
That we're our own true God of ourselves. Just
What
like
is
you
God?
are. God is, I don't know.
Well, what do you mean looking in ourselves for our own true? I don't know. I don't.
God is a
I don't
creator.
know. But what is it you're
God is
supposed
the
to be?
creator.
A creator.
is a
So
creator.
we look in ourselves for our own true creator. What does
Okay.
that mean?
Well, we need to find everything the truth instead of praying out there for something that we're praying for. But everybody's reincarnated here over and over again. I am.
You're saying we need to find something out there that's true, and we're reincarnated over and over. Where are you getting any of this from?
Myself, I know, and the ones that I have around me that I know is here on Earth with me.
You say yourself. What do you mean by yourself?
Okay, it's hard to explain. So,
Are
sorry.
you just kind of making these ideas?
No. There's no making this up. Sorry, I've done a lot.
Homework on what?
On God.
On what God?
Everyday thing, on who we are. This is my life. I mean,
So
I'm
let's back up again. God is the
everything.
creator. Oh, it's anything.
Is everything. Is
So
you,
anything-
me, the earth, the air, the water,
Is there anything
know.
that is not God?
anything to this knockoff. What do you mean?
You're saying God is anything. Is there anything that is not God?
No, everything is. Am I not right?
I'm not here to tell you if you're right or wrong. I'm
Right,
here to
we're
see
not.
if you can question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
When I saw your live and I read that, I was like, this was like probably a week ago when I was trying to get on here. And my thing is, I'm gonna start crying. I'm sorry.
I don't know that this is actually going to be a beneficial conversation for you.
It's
right,
hard.
Valerie.
I'm also okay. Listen.
It's sounding to me really like this isn't the place.
It's crazy. How
this
can we question our
conversation.
beliefs? How can we question our beliefs when we thought everything was this way, and now it's this way?
Right.
I'm like, oh my God, I've been lied to,
Okay.
you know? And it's like, it's not that way either. So which way is it? You know, how do we find out? Is there a way to find out? Or is it just all within us?
Okay. Why do you assume that there are these answers from exterior or from within? Why do you assume that there is some creator, that there must be some fundamental purpose or cause or meaning?
Okay, I didn't understand half of that. Okay, so I'm going to explain something to you. I
The
have
point-
DiGeorge syndrome.
Sure. So the point of that question, Aurelia, was to slow you down and ask, why are you making any assumptions that there
I'm
are...
not making any assumptions.
See, you're not slowing down enough to hear even the simplified version. And that's what I meant earlier. I don't think that this conversation is going to be beneficial because I want
Yeah, maybe
to
you're
ask
right, because I
and
have a
see
hard
if
time
you can-
understanding things.
Maybe there'll be another time when you're in a different frame of mind and can come back and really focus on the questions. And I'm not trying at all to diminish your journey. I hope that you keep asking questions. If asking questions is what you're doing. If it's not, then I'd encourage you to do that. It is a lot, and I hope that she does well on her journey, and I hope that she keeps asking questions. Yeah. Hello, can't take the heat. Can I get your age?
Sure. It's 49.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power? Anything like it?
I did for a long, long time, and I went through an agnostic phase, and then I have been considering myself atheist probably for a good, I don't know, probably 15 years now. But I do like to be questioned anyway about my faith, because since I grew up in this really, really weird, like super religious part of Christianity, I feel like it's kind of stuck in me all the time, and I have to fight it off, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by super weird part of Christianity?
No, yeah, you're right. That was kind of ambiguous. What I mean is a very fundamental. I don't even want to call it fundamental, because like it wasn't actual fundamental Christianity. It was very Baptist, very like restrictive. I don't know. It was very cult-like, I would say.
What is it that is clinging to you, or that you're clinging to from that?
I feel like it's a bunch of the like false moralistic values that I've tried to just kind of deny. Well, their supposed moralistic values that I've, I just feel like it's kind of always there down deep, and like it pops up every once in a while in my mind. I'll be like, wait, no, that's not how you actually think. That's what you were like programmed at a young age, and those are the things I have to fight. I don't know. I should think of some specifics, I guess. I can't say specifically what it is, but like I listen to like heavy metal and stuff like that, and still in my mind something will trigger like, that's satanic, And in my mind, or like, I'll wear some like shirts from, bands and stuff like that with like, it's, uh, inverted pentagram and all that kind of stuff, and like, and I'll look at it and be like, ooh, that's evil. But it's still in there. It's in there. Like, I don't do it on purpose. It's just, it's in there, and it kind of sucks.
How is that part of the belief clinging to you? It's just...
Yeah, no. What would you call that, do you think? So, I mean, it's something that was ingrained to me through it's, belief or not belief. It's something that was really like ingrained in me and my family when we were young, to like find certain sites like repulsive, like this is satanic even, but I'll wear it. I don't have a problem now, like wearing it and stuff, but it'll pop up in me. Like sometimes I'll see myself, I was like, what the fuck?
Do you think for a moment that these things have some dark connotation?
Yeah, totally.
But you're not
exactly.
actually, yeah.
Actually, does
So
not.
you're not
I know.
actually holding to any kind of belief, and that's just it. Why did you request up here?
I requested up because I just think you're a super intelligent person. I like listening to you talk, and I'm always questioning my beliefs. I hold on to a whole bunch of stuff like, super strongly, like my atheism and stuff like that. But I don't even really want to hold on to that because I don't think that that's right either, unless I'm just looking for evidence.
So you
right?
just wanted to come up here and talk. I noticed that
yeah.
a moment ago when I was about to ask a question, that you were kind of like quick to jump in and start talking while I was talking.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. So I don't understand really why you're up here, so I'm going to go ahead and set you back down. If you just like to hear me talk, this is the best way to do it. And tapping the screen is always appreciated. I really do like it when people do that. That does keep me talking just a little bit. Though I think we could be tapping a little bit more. We're at 55,000 likes. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or make you look like a fool. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe? So I'm torn with a dilemma right now, and I don't know if I should be taking a moment to step away and get I don't know if I should be taking a moment to step away and get another cup of blueberry coffee, or if I should be, proofreading a poem. It's interesting how somebody who's been blocked from this live keeps showing up in the comments. I did prepare something. I'll let you decide if it was a poem or a cup of blueberry coffee while we see if there's a guest in queue.
No.
Hello, Charlotte. Can I get your
Oh my
age for
God.
TikTok TOS?
I'm in my 50s.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher
Yeah, I
power?
didn't mean to push that button. There's nothing, I didn't mean to push that.
Well, I appreciate you getting that out of the way right away, Charlotte. I'll set you back down. Take care. W's for Charlotte. So before the live went out yesterday, before the, what are we calling it, the purgatory, I was trying to get us up to 100,000 likes with the temptation of revealing a choice that I was deliberating. It wasn't a huge choice. It really wasn't anything at all. But it got latched on to and, made the goal. And so I did kind of prepare both sides of the choice, a decision I needed to make for a what the fuck banner. And the decision I was torn between was one that kind of borders on being more than suggestive, and another that's just generally suggestive of a certain franchise related to the question, what the fuck is force? So you might have by now guessed, or not, that I mean, do you include lightsabers or not? And that was really the big choice that I was gearing towards yesterday. When the live crashed, I was thinking, do I include lightsabers in what the fuck is force or not? Right. Yes, right. You would think yes. So I made two. I didn't change the background for the two of them. I actually know there is another background that is a little more lightsaber heavy, but just really the banner at the bottom is what's different. And I have them both ready. So I'm thinking we should do maybe a poll. Maybe if I can figure out how to settle it up quick enough. Because I'm slow with the polls, but we'll get there. Old man Thrayle is slow, but there's only one way to do this. I think. I don't know. There might be 10 ways to do this. But there's a poll now, and we can see what you think. Should What the Fuck is Force have lightsabers or not? I gotta wonder if putting the saber in is too close. Is it too much of a risk? Is it a risk? I don't know. It's just a suggestion of a saber. Yeah, Dagobah Dave, if you know any Jedi, send them our way. I'd be interested in questioning one. I've definitely questioned a few people who turned out to be like unacknowledged Jedis, I guess. They followed a way and believed all was force. That an energy flowed through you, and when asked what energy is, they'd say force. I just haven't found one that believes the full midichlorian. Is that a part of the belief system? Only 6 votes so far, and it looks like lightsabers are definitely winning the day. Oh wow, yeah, lightsabers are really winning. Two minutes left, and well, a little less than now. And 9 votes in. Obviously, what the fuck is Force should have lightsabers according to most of you. Obviously. I mean, it seemed obvious to me, but then it started to feel a little too obvious. I don't know. I often question myself. Magnus says low-tier Jedi use lightsabers. Chad Jedi use blasters. What is a Chad Jedi? Oh, who did I get first? Magnus.
Morning.
Are you a Chad Jedi today?
I am. I'm such a Chad Jedi. I went to the hospital and got a Sandevistan, aka spinal fusion. So clearly, I am the pinnacle of what it means to be a Jedi.
So I'm sorry, what about spinal infusion? Congratulations, by the way. Hope everything.
Yeah, it went well. It went well.
That's good. But what about that implies Jedi?
Well, see, the soy boy Jedi, right? They have to meditate and like, oh, be one with the Force and all this dumb stuff. When I emulate my boy Cal Kestis and just pull out the space blicky, so
The poll results are in, and lightsabers won. So what the fuck is Force? I just hope it's not too well known. They're generic laser knives.
someone down there pointed out a good question. Do soy boy Jedis kiss sisters on the lips? Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Someone. How convenient that someone is asking questions about soy boy Jedis.
Real Chad Jedis, they commit to, No Nut November year round. Okay?
How could you let a Kestis apologizer appear on the fucking panel?
A Kestis apologizer.
I feel like he doesn't know much about Star Wars outside the original trilogy.
Probably not. It's okay.
What is Star Wars?
You know what? I'm relegated to a bed for the next 3 weeks, so we got time. A long time ago, a galaxy far, far away.
Are the balls of burning gas fighting with each other?
No, however, the life forms are fighting the balls of fire? No, I don't know.
Hold hold on. I'm just now. Do people hate Cal Kestis?
Yes.
Why?
He's a poser. He's not a real Jedi. Fuck him. I'm just kidding. I don't.
He learned to be a Jedi after the Jedi Purge. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, so sorry. He watched his loved ones get slain in front of him.
I think
Okay,
it might
Anakin.
It might be
Poser.
time for us to find out weekly. Is it a weekly check-in at this point? It's probably like a monthly check-in to find out if this guest is sober enough to question their beliefs. Hello, Golden Bigfoot. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's 51, but it's also a ring of fire, not a... She said something different. It's a ring of fire.
I see.
Yeah.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, anything like that?
I would like to believe in the old school, like Odin and those kind of deals.
You'd like to believe in them, but do you have a belief?
Yeah, it's more Christianity at this point. But
Are you drunk?
yeah, definitely.
How does that usually go on this panel?
It works well.
Really?
You ever seen that movie with
What usually
Peter
happens?
Dinklage? And,
What usually
and-
happens after I ask if you're drunk?
Oh, you just kicked me off.
Why do you think that is?
Because you don't like drunk people. And you don't drink yourself.
You think I don't like drunk people and I don't drink?
Well, no, that's why you would kick me off.
Interesting.
I've been through quite a
Do you
few.
think it's potentially because the focus of my life is questioning beliefs, and with a drunk person, they tend to just say whatever comes to mind and not really focus on the conversation. They just want to
Try
say
me.
something out loud.
Try me.
We have tried. So, have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No,
Why not?
just haven't. Have you?
Yes. Can you question why you're drunk at, whatever hour it is in your time zone?
5:36
Yeah.
in the morning.
On a
No,
Monday.
I already know why. I know why. It was done on purpose.
Mhm. I imagine it doesn't happen by accident.
No. Well, sometimes.
Fascinating. Golden Bigfoot, does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yes, only because I really care about why, and I want to know the reason.
Do you believe the Bible is true?
To an extent, yes.
Do you believe the six-day creation is true?
The what?
The six-day creation from the first chapter of the first book.
Oh, in Genesis, yeah. I don't know. No, I have no idea, actually. I'm not willing to say anything is true, because I don't know.
Do you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
Yeah,
Do you believe he existed as a human?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that he died for your sins
yeah,
and that he resurrected?
yeah.
Why are you willing to say those are true?
That's what I believe.
Why?
Because I think it did happen. And I
Why?
And it's the most likely thing that I can think of.
How is it the most likely thing?
Because he was a true person. He's shown through history. And
How do you know that?
Because of history.
What in history shows that he was a real person?
Historical documents.
Which historical documents?
Well, a lot we lost.
So are there
Right.
any that actually show he was a real person?
There was that thing of Turin.
The thing of Turin.
You
see Golden Bigfoot. Why
hang on, wait. It
go
wasn't
better
called
when
the
you're
thing
not
of
drunk?
Turin.
Right.
It was called the. It wasn't called the thing of Turin. It was called the Shroud of Turin.
The Shroud of Turin. What is the Shroud of Turin? Golden Bigfoot.
He was wrapped in it.
Why do you believe that he was wrapped in it?
Oh. I just do.
Why?
I've seen it.
Because you've seen it. You've seen the
Not
Shroud.
in real life.
Oh, so you've seen pictures of it, and that
Yeah.
makes you believe it.
So I've
So
done my whole life on what you're asking me. And I don't have any proof of anything.
I'm not asking for proof.
All
I'm
I'm
asking
saying is
why
that
you believe.
I've come to the conclusion that I have to believe in one thing.
Why?
Because you can't believe in everything.
Why?
Get older, it just makes sense. And as you watch all your friends die, you have to
So
You have to-
Golden Bigfoot.
you have
this
to
is-
figure out-
This is why I find these
something
conversations go better when you're sober. Well, at least when the other person is sober, because it that you can actually question. Some kind of sad state of affairs in your life probably leads you to a bottle at 5 a.m. on a Monday. I don't dislike drunks, but I also don't like to, I don't like to show how I do feel about drunks. Because I don't find it respectful to openly pity someone.
You tolerate me.
How drunk are you, Magnus?
On life, always. I mean, I understand where you're from. I mean, to me, it sounds like the man needs to really talk to a therapist more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're called meatballs. So, something that is real fun though, right? So we have like a at-home aide to help me with my stuff, to like help me like move around a bit, and she must be used to like old people, because the other day when I was like sitting in my bed, I was like realized she's just downstairs sitting in the quiet, and I was like, "You can turn on the TV." And she said, "What?" I was like, "You can turn on the TV. It's fine." And She's like, sorry, I'm just used to old people. I was like, well, you don't got to worry about that here. Go ahead and watch what you want.
Watch my TV.
Like, are old patients really like that? Like, they're like, no,
Yes.
sit there and be an accessory. Like, that is
Yes.
fucking wild to me.
That is essentially the expectation of most people who require, or most elderly that require in-home aids, is they expect you to be seen and not heard type shit.
She's not much younger than me either. She's like 27, I think. And then, like, my wife was like on her way home from work, and she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna stop and grab something to eat. What does the I don't want to say her name, so like she says, what does the aide want?" And so I looked at her. I was like, "Hey, what do you want from like Taco Bell or like what do you want?" She's like, and she looked at me all bewildered. She's like, "Oh, I can go get my own food." I was like, she was just like, "This is not normal." I was like, "Well, I'm not a normal guy. Just wait till you're stuck with me and I start telling you about the 3 Earths." So. She also never saw Lord of the Rings, so I did make her watch Lord of the Rings with me yesterday. But...
Did you make her sit through the extended cut?
Absolutely, I did.
You're terrible.
She's shaking her head at me right now, laughing.
Tab, what do you mean the extended? What do you mean? What? It's the only.
She liked them. So it was. It blows my mind how like these are people that take care of other people because like that's not just because their job, but this is their chosen profession, and it's like, why are we gonna treat them like shit? Like why? It makes no sense to me.
Because of old societal norms and standards.
All right, I'm gonna dip out. I gotta take my medicine. My medicine tends to make me go to sleepies. So you guys have a good day.
Appreciate you, Magnus.
Bye, Magnus. And then there were two.
And then there were two. And I've questioned your beliefs a lot lately. Like,
It's okay, I have two.
a lot. Two
No,
beliefs.
I also have questioned
I know.
my beliefs regularly over the past week.
We needed an alternative belief that you were keeping hidden away. One that hadn't been questioned yet. Maybe Tavium's got one of those.
Hello.
Good morning, Tav.
Hello, Thrayle. Good day.
Good day, that's right. Good afternoon to you.
There's a storm outside.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know what that's
You
like.
poor thing.
What's the temperature in Celsius for you?
It's storm. It's very cold. Care to guess? Well, very cold to me. Care to guess?
It's gonna be like 20 something. It's gonna be something stupid.
No, it's 7.
7 degrees. That's pretty cold.
Damn, that
That's
actually
really
is
cold for
pretty
you.
cold for you.
Yeah, it's freezing for me.
I'm at -11 right now. Yeah, in your units.
God, fucking damn.
That'd be
Negative
12 degrees for everyone else.
I don't know where I'm at right now. I gotta get up and look. By the way, don't buy couches that have electric footrests. They're so dumb. They're so dumb.
They get stuck a lot.
Oh. Ooh, I'm in the positives. I'm at 13.
Wow.
Well, you're one
It's okay.
degree
We got
warmer than
all
me.
of our. As I say, we got all of our really nasty weather yesterday, but I'm sure more's coming.
As far as I can tell, ours isn't supposed to get worse, but I don't want to jinx it.
Fair.
Whatever jinxing is.
I was about to ask, what do you mean jinx? What is jinx?
I'm gonna ask if I believed in jinxing. Good morning, Shadow. Good morning, Shadow.
Yes, good morning, Thrayle.
How are you doing?
Good. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good.
Interesting conversations. I would definitely say that's happened. Something like it anyways. But speaking of interesting conversations, we do have Paul joining us again. We've spoken to Paul before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Turning 42 this year.
42. You're a little quiet there, Paul.
I have to talk quietly, but yes, I'm turning 42 this year.
Gotcha. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God.
And which god is that?
Father, Son, and Spirit, the Trinity.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I've read all of the Bible.
And do you believe it to be true and literal?
Mostly. Yeah, there are some bits which seem to be contradicted by science, and I'm willing to say that those are not literal, but probably like 95% of the Bible I take it literally.
Why would you only take parts of the Bible literally and parts of it metaphorically?
It's an old text and it's been passed down many generations, and some bits of it are very obvious that they're a metaphor, like Jesus speaks in parables. We're not supposed to take those literally. The real problem is just Genesis. Like, science says the earth is millions of years old. Genesis says it was created in 7 days. So there's a problem there.
Can I ask, how can you make the distinction?
So for Genesis, it's just that the science doesn't seem to add
No,
up.
not Genesis.
But
For Jesus.
other bits, yeah. I guess it's like any text. Like, if someone is preaching a parable, you know that it's like it's a story with a point, and it isn't the details of the story that matter. It's the point that he's making. It's hard to define how I would tell, but yeah. I think if you could read a book and you could recognize when an author is using metaphor, you should be able to pick it in the Bible as well.
So, what happens when let's say there's a parable or a metaphor told in two different accounts, and both accounts are conflicting. What do you do there?
Well, yeah, that's a tough one. I suppose, I take it that the reason that there are, differing accounts is that people have remembered things differently. Um, which one trumps the other one, I don't know. But, I read each bit, and try and take something valuable from it.
Wouldn't that make you skeptical of the entire thing? I mean, if I found something wrong with one of my textbooks, I'd be skeptical of the entire thing. I'd demand
The Bible is their textbook.
Maybe text the author.
A lot of the Bible just reads like history.
Okay.
Is history always recorded correctly?
No. I mean, there are conflicting accounts of the same thing. When you read a gospel like John, it's clear that the author did a lot of work in it. You can tell, and it's just so different to the other gospels. So, yeah, the history is not always just like a textbook where one explanation is the best. Sometimes you have to piece things together from differing accounts.
What about Luke? Is Luke accurate?
I don't know which gospel is the most accurate, but I guess another way of answering your question is, do I take Luke as valuable and do I try and learn from it and do I not dismiss it as false? Correct.
Okay, so what of a certain story in 3 Bibles, let's say Mark, Luke, and Matthew, are told in different ways or have very contradicting details? Would you say that was, or how would you? Let's go with how would you square that contradiction?
So 3 different conflicting accounts of something, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, it's hard because, like, the Bible is, like, we're told that it's the Word of God, so, we're supposed to take each part of it as having its own message. I guess one thing I'd be asking is, which is the closest to what actually happened? That's a different question. I guess I take the Bible as in a way, you're right, like a textbook, like on how to live life. But in terms of history, as to what is the most accurate account of the way things actually happened, that would be what you're asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say, for an example, I found this. I found 2 history textbooks. Okay, one of them said that an event happened. Let's say A, B, C. Okay, and the other textbook said A, not B, then C happened. The exact opposite of B happened. How can I in both say that they're the truth, they're exactly what happened, they're eyewitness accounts? How can I trust one of them if they're both conflicting, directly contradicting, not just conflicting? How would I trust one, not the other? And if I trusted one, why would I trust one over the other?
So, if we're talking about historical accuracy, I guess it's pretty hard to tell which is the most accurate because there isn't really anything to compare the Gospels with each other than the Gospels. They're the earliest accounts we have of Jesus' life. Personally, I find differences in certain details seems to smack more of authenticity. It seems that makes sense.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Difference. So, what? Say that again. The last sentence.
Yeah, because things are recorded differently and not just all exactly the same, it seems to make it more believable that they're eyewitness accounts as remembered by different people. I think the Gospels weren't written until about 80 AD, so
Yeah,
it's
90
had
years
to
at the
be
minimum.
passed down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so for it to be passed down orally that long, and for there to be so much time between the actual events of Jesus' life, it seems to make sense that there'd be a few differences. So I have no idea how you determine which is the most accurate,
No,
but I think
I'm
each
asking.
account has something. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be more accurate to you. I'm asking how would you trust a book that claims to have some historical telling of a story, and that telling was inaccurate or contradicting to the other book that says it is the same thing as well. You know what I mean?
Um, I kind of get what you
It
mean.
doesn't have to be about, remember, it doesn't have to be about accuracy or validity. It just have to be about your acceptance of this book. How would you trust it?
So each author, like one difference I can think of is in Matthew it says blessed are the poor in spirit, and in Luke it just says blessed are the poor. So each you have to sort of think about what the author was thinking when he wrote that passage. So one of them is making more of a point about finances and the downtrodden, whereas the other one is talking more about spiritual things like being downcast or depressed. Um, so that the authors have different meanings, and they've remembered the same event differently, but you can learn from each one.
Uh, can you repeat my question?
Ooh, trusting the textbook when there are differing accounts.
Yeah, how can you? You personally, Paul. How can you trust them? Where there's different accounts.
Um, I feel that I look at what each author is saying, and I feel like whatever that author's vision of Jesus' life was, it was cohesive, and he's remembering something to make a point, and so yeah, that's it. I already quoted Luke and Matthew. I don't think you want me to do that again.
So it's not about accuracy to you or even authenticity, just about the message.
Uh, yeah. I'm not too concerned with everything lining up as if it was court record. Um, I think when interpreting the Bible, it's good to try and think what was the author's point, what was the author trying to get across.
Does the message lose meaning if Jesus wasn't real?
Oh, for sure. I don't doubt Jesus was real, but if it were shown to be a fake, then that would be devastating.
Why would the message lose its meaning if he wasn't real?
Um, well, Jesus is promising things like eternal life and judgment, and a lot of what he's saying loses its force if it's not
I
backed up
thought
by
Jesus
some
spoke
sort
in
of.
parable.
He does sometimes, and sometimes he doesn't. I'm pretty sure that most people could tell by reading it what he is saying as a metaphor and what he is saying as a fact. Like, yeah.
Hmm. Interesting.
So, have you ever heard of the staff contradiction between the three books? Mark, Matthew, and Luke?
I'd be very gratified if you could tell me.
So, in Mark 6, I believe, 8 through 9. It says, uh, Jesus was telling the disciples what to do, basically, when they start proselytizing. So in Mark, the instructions were take nothing for the journey except a staff. No bread, no bag, no money in your belts, wear sandals, but not an extra tunic. So take nothing except a staff. In Matthew 10:10, it says, take no bag for the journey or extra tunic or sandals or a staff. So it specifically says do not take a staff. For the worker is worth his keep. In Luke 9:3, it says, take nothing for the journey, no staff, no bag, no bread, no money, no extra tonic. So it directly says in one of the books to take a staff, and in the others to not take a staff.
And I wonder how you would see what the author is trying to convey by saying is a staff to be taken or not to be taken. It's not as though the author is making a point. So that is interesting.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about the authenticity. I don't think there is a specific message about a staff here. It just, one says take a staff, the other says no staff.
Yeah. In all those cases, is Jesus giving instructions for the apostles on the road?
Yes.
Okay, so we know Jesus was telling them something. I mean, in all the cases, I think they're relying on people's hospitality. They're not to, yeah. That's sort of how it was. I think they get invited into households in towns to preach.
Yeah.
So the matter of a staff is a bit
Yeah, I agree with you.
inconsequential.
Exactly, it is consequential, but I'm not telling you to distrust the entire thing because of this specific inconsequential thing. I'm telling you, how would you trust it if it directly contradicts each other? And this is inconsequential little thing, just a tiny little detail. Like, you wouldn't trust me if I retell a story and that story had a tiny, minute little detail that me and Morgan contradicted each other on. You wouldn't trust either of the accounts, and you would look for a third. Yes?
Thinking. I mean, so are you saying if Morgan were to say something and you were to say something, what would I do if they were different?
Not specifically. I would say, how would you trust the authenticity of our naql? How would you say naql? Of our retelling of the story?
Well, I wouldn't know who's right. I wouldn't know. I have no way of judging
Our
between you
retelling of the
two.
account.
Yeah, between the both of you. I don't know who is more trustworthy. So I would say if you got a detail wrong, I would say I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Do any of you guys have any other questions? I think I'm done here.
Would you say that the veracity of the text is less important than the meaning it has to you?
You know, you are probably right. I think I like when I read the Bible, particularly the New Testament we're talking about here. I feel like what I'm being taught, the ways to act, the way to treat people is true. And so I guess if I were to find out that there were a few inconsistencies, I would say that it is the meaning of the text that matters more to me, not so much whether it's 100% accurate. So you're right.
Guys, I'm curious. I'm not asking just Paul, Shadow, and Morgan, and even Thrayle if you can hear me. Is there any other document that documents Jesus' life? A trustworthy one?
None that I'm currently aware
I
of.
genuinely
No.
don't know, by the way. So, we can't really authenticate or trust the authenticity of the Bible or the accounts of the authors. We can't really trust that Jesus even existed, let alone his godhood and miracles, etc.
Seems like a bit of a stretch to say that Jesus didn't exist because there's a staff contradiction.
I'm not saying the staff I'm telling you that the staff contradiction could possibly make you question the authenticity. Then you don't really care about uh, Jesus' miracles or existence or anything that he did.
I suppose I've been cornered into saying something. I mean, I believe Jesus is real. I don't think he could have attracted
No,
as
never.
much
Don't ever
attention.
feel cornered into saying something.
Well, it's hard.
Yeah,
because
like this is literally. I'm sorry, Paul. If I made you feel cornered, this is literally the first time for me discussing the Bible. So
that's okay. I guess I was gonna say that I do, because I guess I came off wrong. I do care that Jesus was real. And I don't. I look at the way the religion spread so fast, and the way that, because Jesus is mentioned outside of the Bible in Josephus and Mara Serapian's letter, in the graffiti. Um, so he's a real person.
what about his miracles then, or the claim to God?
I believe that, and I can see in the Bible that it was hard for people to believe even in his own time. But as I was saying a bit earlier, like it's like his Peter said to him, "Where else have we to go when you have the words of eternal life?" No one else was offering what Jesus was giving, so.
No one else was offering what Jesus was given. What does that mean? I'm sorry, Morgan, you can go off. I was just wondering.
No. It's okay. So if Jesus did exist, but none of the claims about him were true, how would that change your perspective of him, or would that affect your day-to-day life at all within your spirituality?
It would matter because if everything about Jesus was made up and he couldn't do the miracles, we'd have less to say that he is God. Like, I mean, Jesus had the audacity to say, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one cometh to the Father except by me." So he made some extraordinary claims. If they couldn't be backed up by his miracles, then there'd be a problem.
Could it?
Can I cut you off, Morgan,
So,
real quick?
just one moment. So you said earlier that you have to keep in mind the times of the author and what they may have been thinking and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is it possible that these miracles were described in a way that in the only language that they had available to them? I'm not talking like, it was only described in Hebrew. I mean, like, definitionally, they could only use the words that they had available to them to describe what happened.
So what you're saying is it's like how when Paul was struck down on the road to Damascus, these days people say he could have been having an epileptic fit. Is that what you mean?
Similarly, yes.
Yeah, all you can take from the passage is that these people had a problem. Jesus did something and they got better. Could that be miraculous or could it be science? I don't know. Um, I believe it's. I think I do believe it's a power that not anybody else at the time had, and it was God working through Jesus. Well, that's God working through God. So, yeah.
So,
Okay, Tav, you're good.
do you know the game Assassin's Creed? Have you ever
I
heard of it?
haven't played it, but I'm aware of it.
Okay, so the cult of the assassins was based off of the I don't know what the English word is, but in Arabic they're called Saljuqiyin, the Saljuqi kingdom, I think.
Knights
Their
Templar.
leader was called no, the assassins themselves, not the Templar. The Templar, I think, are based off of the Crusaders. Anyways, the cult of the assassins were based off of Hashashins, I think, in English. Their leader, Hassan Sabah, was believed he claimed to be God, okay, something like Jesus. And that claim was like he fed into that claim by predicting rain, predicting storms and stuff like that. And then he would stand at top of a mountain or a castle or something like that, and he would say, "I commanded the rain and the storms and shit like this." So people would worship him, and people did worship him and believed him and followed him to their undoing. Some would say it was a really like um, brutal and cultish sect. Okay, it sprung off of Islam, but that's a different discussion. Anyways, they were militant and very tough, and they believed with everything they did because he gave them miracles, like with their own eyes. It wasn't even uh, like talks or stories or accounts. It was literally with their own eyes. They saw him bring down storms. They saw him bring down like rain and stuff. Now we know from his diaries, okay, that he didn't summon anything or do anything. He was just able to calculate the speed of wind and stuff like that. So he could predict the rains and the storms, and people believed him. So what I'm saying here is that you didn't even see these miracles. You get in accounts of these miracles. So how would you assume that it actually happened and it is God and not actual works of calculations or visual illusions or something like that?
Yeah, I see. Um, well, that's tough. That's tough. So, like, basically, is what Jesus did just the result of misinterpretation by people?
Basically, yes. How would you say that it actually happened or is God and not people misinterpreting what they see or Jesus being just a cool magician like today's standard?
Yeah. I guess a lot of people saw what happened. A lot of Jesus's miracles are done in crowds. Um, opening the eyes of the blind, helping the mute be able to speak. Um, I think predicting the weather is interesting, but I don't think his miracles are limited to stuff that could be so easily faked. I think he raised dead people. He raised Lazarus. Everyone knew Lazarus was dead. Um, so
How did
Okay,
they
so to
check
cut you off here,
for
yeah, okay, go off, go off.
life? How did they check for life then? Do you know?
uh, I don't know. So I suppose I mean I think he was in the tomb for 3 days. Um, I mean, yeah, look, I suppose it's possible, but then again, if that's the case, what about Jesus's crucifixion? Everyone saw him die. The soldiers pierced his side with a spear, And yet, I mean, if he didn't come back to life, he certainly made his apostles believe it, and they spread the message far and wide. I just don't think his apostles would have been so determined to get the message out if they hadn't really seen Jesus. I mean, you know, Thomas, my Lord and my God,
Again,
when he puts his hands into Jesus' side.
without knowing how they check for signs of life when unalivement is a concern, and understanding that we have developed much more advanced methods of determining life function and life signs. Couldn't it be possible that it was misdiagnosed both times?
Judging by what I read in John's Gospel, I don't think someone can be crucified on a cross for hours and then pierced with a spear in their side and then come back to life. But look, maybe, like, I guess, like, if you weren't sure, I guess that is where I have a bit of faith, I suppose, that what I am being told is true. But I guess it is possible that it, I mean, maybe that's just where you have to take a leap of faith, is that it is possible, I suppose. Like, who knows? Maybe even if someone gets a spear pierced through their side and is crucified, maybe they can come back to life. But there's a lot more to the exceptionalness of Jesus' character than just coming back from the dead. He was a very good teacher, and he really cut to the heart when he talked to people.
I'm not questioning that at all. That wasn't the intent at all. Tav, if you'd like.
Oh my. Well,
Yeah,
I
wrong
tried.
spot.
I don't.
Oh, yeah, let me fix that.
Hold on.
Sorry, is it time
There you
to
go.
go?
There's a miracle. No, you can stay.
No, I don't know if you noticed, but Thrayle dropped off the panel on accident and then came back in the wrong spot.
Okay, I saw a bit of that.
So, I don't know how to take this. I don't know how or where to take it. Go ahead, Thrayle, if you want to say something. I'm thinking of how would I say this.
I need just a moment.
But yeah, to clarify, I'm not asking, like, regardless of whether Jesus exists or not, if he was a good teacher or not. It's exclusively just this particular instance of truth claim, I suppose.
I guess, like, another thing is, like, you have two different options to believe there. Either that people got it wrong or that something extraordinary happened. Either way, you're gonna have to, you know, like, if you take the side that it was, like, they didn't know Jesus was dead. Sorry, go on.
You see, one of the things I've always had a problem with is that you don't really know that something extraordinarily happened. You just know that what people told you happened, so you can't really be sure. You know what I mean? How could you make sure that something extraordinary really happened?
Well, like, I guess one thing you can look at is the benefits of believing, like Pascal's wager sort of beliefs. Like, if it helps your life, and if
The truth value of the belief itself doesn't matter, it's just the benefits of it. That's not there.
I see what you're saying. I think Pascal's wager assumes that there is no evidence either way, and it's like 50-50. So then when
Is
it's
it 50-50? How is it
It's really not.
50-50? Are you saying that it's
Um,
either atheism or Christianity? There's nothing else. That would be 50-50, right?
I've done a bit of reading on other religions. I don't like. I don't want non-existence that Buddhism offers. I don't want 72 virgins in heaven. So I look at what Jesus is offering his followers, and
What
I
about
think
Did
eternal
So
God?
life
isn't
sounds pretty
have you
good.
When did God become a la carte?
When did
When
God become a la carte?
a la carte? Like when did it become you could just pick and choose what you want from an afterlife or a heaven? Which God is allowing you that?
Oh, I see. Yeah, so like what I guess by talking this way, I'm kind of diminishing the truth value of these messages.
To be honest, throughout all of our discussion, you discarded truth value. You sounded like you don't care about it whatsoever.
I do care about it, but I also feel like that, like for one thing, it would to investigate things a lot further and to get information that I don't already have. And I've done a lot of reading, so to get even more sure and to do more study, I just don't have the time. I've got, I don't know, another 40 years of life max left to live. Um, I can't. I sometimes it is just choose to have faith and choose to go with what's working because I just can't investigate everything completely.
Okay.
so. I guess my question is because Thrale's question
How,
was the option is atheism or Christianity, and then you stated that you've looked into other religions. Why is it only theism or atheism? Why can't there be a third option?
The third option. So, like, God turns out to be a very different conception of what I believe he is. I just don't know what the third option would be. I mean, if there's no creator God, and the Christian God is definitely a creator, um, and then if you postulate something else that isn't a creator, it's like I guess you don't owe them the same allegiance that you do to the one who made you.
why would you own allegiance to the one who made you?
So I think there's a communication hang up here. The
Yeah.
You're automatically assuming that everyone was created by a higher power. Yes?
Definitely.
And that they're choosing to follow something else?
Okay, so yeah, what are you saying? Are you saying like, am I saying that atheists choose to be atheists and Christians choose to be Christians?
You're not listening to the question.
I don't know how else to word it.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand.
No, I know you are. I know you're genuinely trying to understand. It's a very gray area. That was a hint, by the way.
Okay, so I just have one more question and I'll leave it to Morgan and Thrayle afterwards. How would you feel if we all got resurrected, okay, and you've been met with, let's say, Baha'u'llah or Baha'u'ddin, the Baha'i faith God? How would you feel about that?
I'd be surprised. I wouldn't worry. I don't like. Okay, look. I guess this has to be hypothetical because I'm supposed to have 100% belief in what I believe. But let's say that did happen. I think I wouldn't feel bad for the path that I chose because I find life is a lot better when I'm not worrying about dying. Unaliving. Life is very like I don't regret the choices I've made. I think I'm happier now with the choices I've made, and I'll be happy in the future as well. So, as long as the
Does that
Baha'i God
answer?
doesn't say, sorry, go on.
No, I just wanted to follow up with. Does that answer your Pascal's wager thing?
Pascal's wager and the Baha'i God. Does it answer it? Um,
What you just told me, being happy with your life and not worrying about the afterlife, does that answer your Baha'is? Your Pascal's wager? Does it?
um, well, Pascal's wager is very focused on the afterlife, whereas I think there's a lot to be gained right now from believing in Christianity. So I guess that's something that's left out of the wager is the immediate benefits you get. I think a lot of
So
people think, oh, it's not going to be fun to be a Christian. And they don't want to do it. There's something they want to do that they can't do. But I think you are happier.
Based on what?
I feel like, yeah, okay, go ahead, Thrayle.
Okay, based on what? No more anxiety about like I mean, if I it took me a while to get to where I am now, but if I had been as good a Christian as I am now, I would have liked to have joined the army. It's a bit late for that now, and my mental health wouldn't let me join anyway. But like, you don't have to fear. It's a very good thing. I feel like also a lot of the rules
I'm sorry.
are the way.
What does this have to do with what are you basing happier on? What are you basing that believing makes
Two
people
things. Two
happier?
things. One. Yep. Two things. One. No fear of death, and so less anxiety. And secondly, I feel like a lot of the
You think that
rules in the
believers don't
Bible.
fear death?
Yes, I believe that.
And so your metrics based on the assumption that believers don't fear death and that the rules in the Bible will somehow help them. Regardless of that, do you have any basis of comparison? Do you know how happy you could be as a non-believer?
Yeah, I quit church and tried to live my own way for a couple of years, and all I did was make myself miserable.
Is
So,
that being a non-believer, or is that just quitting church?
I suppose you're right. Like, I could never really shake off the beliefs I had, but I felt like I was more rebelling against God doing what I was doing.
You were rebelling against something that you believe to be true, and
Yeah, that's right.
you're using that as a basis of comparison to say non-believers would be less happy.
Yeah, I suppose you got me there. I can't picture 100% what it's like to be somebody else. Can anybody in any situation? I don't know. But yeah, what worked for me was going back to the faith, and I've yeah, I'm happier. But I don't know. You're right. I don't know what it's like for other people. I think it's not uncommon for people to think that what works for them works for other people, but talking to people can show that's not always the case.
If you interviewed 100, let's just give it a simple sample size. If you interviewed 100 people who had been both believing and non-believing, and they leaned more towards being happy without belief, would that change your perspective, or would you want a different kind of test?
I guess would it change my perspective? I think I would be wary of sharing my beliefs if I found out it was just gonna make people miserable. Yeah.
Interesting. Do you think sharing your beliefs makes people miserable, or could?
Do like it's very hard. Like obviously the fire and brimstone side of things, that's a big deal. That is a huge deal, and that's not what I talk about when I share beliefs with people. I've had
Why don't
chats
you
with my
talk about
friend.
that?
Because I don't want to put people under immense stress. I don't want people to be like, I have to decide right now, as if I'm standing at a live store, and yeah, yeah.
Do you think it puts more stress on people to hear that you believe they will burn forever because they are feeling the pressure of that? Or is it perhaps because they are concerned for you?
I'm more concerned about other people. If people are worried about me, hopefully I can allay their worries by showing them how I live. But it's more others I'm worried about.
Do you believe the fire and brimstone ending of Christianity?
I don't like it, but I mean, I don't have to like it. I read Job. You don't always get the answer you wanted.
Do you believe the ending?
Yeah, I do. I don't like it, but it's true to me.
Can you describe for me what you believe about the ending? What is going to happen?
Yeah, Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one cometh to the Father except by me. So anyone who hasn't accepted Jesus is looking at hell, fire. And it's,
What is that?
people always say,
What is hell?
well, people always think hell is run by demons, and we always see Satan as the king of hell. It's not like that, actually. It's a place that God made where people go. So, yeah, it's pretty grim.
What is hell?
Jesus described it as burning, like burning with fire for eternity.
Burning in fire for eternity. And God made hell.
That's right. Yeah.
For what purpose?
It's where, well, so one thing I get from the Bible is that God is the creator. So in a way, I feel like we're like ants in an ant nest, and really the ones that don't do
what purpose did he create hell for?
What purpose? To punish people who don't accept him as God, who don't follow him.
Why does he need people to follow him?
He's their creator. He wants them to be in a relationship with him of some kind. I don't think it's all just like kneeling in prayer and singing. I think there's more of a, it'll be like a...
Why does he want a relationship?
If I made a robot, I would want the robot to serve me, I suppose.
Would you hide from the robot?
and ask him to worship you.
And threaten it if it didn't.
Probably being a human, I wouldn't. I think if my
Why would
robot
you expect
decided-
God to act less rationally than you?
Thinking. I don't know. Like, this is what I've been taught, this is what I believe, and I guess it affects me, but I find that I'm happier anyway, so it's like maybe people are bringing it on themselves by choosing things that only hurt them and hurt others. For example, one of my friends used to
I
work
didn't
as
need an example, sorry.
Okay, you don't want an example.
I wasn't looking for that. Does it bother you at all that the God you believe in that threatens you for your obedience?
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't that bother you?
Because I found that when I did finally just say, you know what, it's not worth this rebellion, it's worth going back, I found I was happier anyway. I want to be this way. Not have to worry about like relationships are messy when you're not following God's rules, and that caused a lot of trouble, and I don't want to go through that with other people again. So, yeah.
Relationships are messy when you're not following God's rules. What does that mean?
Well, like, I'll just go to an example. One of my friends was working as an escort for a while, and one of her clients got attached to her, and like when she wanted to break up, he was like saying, "I'm gonna kill myself if you leave me," and I was just thinking, this is the sort of thing, like, it wasn't good for her.
Could that have happened in a relationship going by God's rules? Could nobody in any kind of relationship take things too far, regardless of the rules of God?
I don't know. I know in my church, divorce is like the absolute last resort.
Is that because people don't disagree with each other, or is it because people might feel there's a social stigma attached to divorce?
It's not social stigma. We're a pretty Bible-centered church, so like Jesus said, unless your partner commits adultery with somebody, then you're still married. It's sort of like he said, the only grounds for a divorce was marital unfaithfulness.
Wow.
Oh yes, was it Paul or was it Jesus? That's a good point. I think it was Jesus. You know, I think it was
Paul.
Jesus. You sure?
Not really. I'm the worst with the Bible.
Because I remember Jesus says it to a group of people, and then they say something like, "Oh, you know, this is too hard. How could anyone do this?" And then he says something like, "With God, all things are possible." So I don't know. Maybe that'll help.
Regardless, if Jesus said it or Paul said it, you said that it's not a social stigma. Then you went on to say, because my church sticks strictly to the Bible. Do you know what social stigma is?
I see. So, in the context of a church, look, there are people who've gotten divorces in our church. Um, they're probably, like, I guess people still are curious and they want to know what went wrong. But we don't force people to stay. If people want to leave, or they can stay, and I don't think anybody intentionally makes other people's lives difficult. The cases of divorce that I do know, it was usually that there was some sort of domestic violence situation, and the one
Right.
who left the
So the
abusing
case
partner.
that you brought up with your friend who was an escort who had somebody threaten their own safety based on an emotional situation, is that not another form of abuse that could happen in any relationship?
Um,
Even
I
in a
think
marriage?
in a marriage, you commit to it for life. Like that's why people are very careful about whether they're gonna be married to someone or not.
Okay.
Not so much the
I
other
don't think you're
people.
listening or engaging with the question at all because you've avoided it like
Sorry.
5 times. I'm done. Does anybody else have any questions for Paul?
Happy to go.
I'm guessing not.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you, Paul. Maybe another time. But yeah, I would like to have gotten an answer to that question. I just felt like you were kind of guarding yourself with it.
How's the hellhound?
Way too excited about the cold. I am not excited about the cold. Oh, well, there's one of them. Hello. Before we greet our new guest, let me really quickly thank Shell, Cat the Witch, and Heather's Descent for helping with the previous goal. Hello, pretty kitty. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Gonna guess you didn't mean to be here then. If you did, go ahead and request backup. Same goes to anybody else with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and the capability of questioning their beliefs. If you're capable, then go ahead and hit that request button. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. I thought about 2 hours ago about ending the live. Did not have a poem prepared. did prepare more blueberry coffee at the time. But now I think it's time I prepare one, just in case we don't get a believer in the next 20 minutes or so. I think I should be ready. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request Anna. Appreciate you, Tav. Thank you for being here. We made him uncomfortable with the awkward silence. Some people just can't handle it.
Some people just can't hold their silence.
Mm-hmm. I think you missed it, Morgan. Were you here for the Force?
I was here for the Force yesterday.
The Force? We did a poll earlier.
Yeah, I participated. I just wasn't up here.
So you voted for lightsabers?
Of course I voted for lightsabers. Be so for real, Thrayle.
So there was another one that I had a dilemma with, but it was a much different dilemma.
I'm curious, because I did notice your language, and I'm curious why the other one was also in dilemma.
So Force was lightsabers, no lightsabers, easy, simple. Well, no, I guess not easy. It was tough enough that I brought it to, everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is more about like, I have a really interesting piece of art that I think would do well for sin. And I have another one that I think would do well for sin.
Ooh, that's
One
exciting.
of them might be pushing the TikTok guidelines.
Right.
Just
Just a little bit.
like I had to make some fake flower petals.
I see. No, I completely understand. I figured that would be the problem.
With sin, yeah.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get one that would not be that way, and the one I got, you know, is okay.
Is still
It's
pushing it.
passable. No, it's passable.
Yeah. Good.
The one that, yeah, the one that I liked was way beyond the boundary, and I had to go in and add fake flower petals.
Oh man.
I'm just a little nervous about what would happen if I put that one up, if it's across a line that I don't know about.
Perhaps we should review privately.
It might be a Discord kind of decision. We'll see.
A Discord? You have a Discord?
Yeah, it's in that link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio, where anybody could go and click on it and join it. As long as they read the rules, they get to find out that they're not alone.
Very interesting. And anybody can join that?
I mean, assuming you can agree to the rules and haven't already violated them in the past in some way.
Interesting. I might have to check that out.
I highly recommend it. Another idea. Well, I still have to do the alien one.
Gotta make sure you have the grays on there.
There should be a fairly even representation.
By the grace of God. Oh, man.
You realize what most of this life has been? Nearly every believer except for like two.
Oh, man. Really?
Well, to be fair, there were two others, and then Magnus. I'm counting Magnus as
Fair.
really
Completely fair.
Hello, Joe B. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
60.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not really.
Why not?
Well, so I don't think anything really exists in this world. I think it's just a fucking cop-out. You see, I've killed 27 people in my lifetime. Killed them. No bullshit. I went to jail for it for 30 years and got out. And I don't feel any different.
Interesting.
Does that make me a bad person?
I'm not here to tell you you're a bad person. It wasn't part of the questions I was asking, though, so I'm going to move on to another guest that's actually going to answer the questions.
That was spooky. I didn't like that.
Well, when you just want to go up on a TikTok live and impress a bunch of people with something that you think is impressive.
I mean, bump those numbers up. Those are amateur numbers. But anyways.
Yeah, Joe hasn't seen the shed. There's that. But none of the gods in the shed are, none of them are unalived or in the exact state that they were discovered. They exist just as much now as they ever did. Oh yeah, your spaghetti friend is exactly in the same condition he ever was. Is Shadow still with us, or has he fallen asleep?
Ooh.
I'm still among the living.
Don't sound too enthusiastic about it.
Well, I just had my first cup of coffee, so my hope in humanity is inversely proportional to the amount of coffee I consume, I think.
Is that a time-based ratio, or is it just in general? You have as much faith in humanity as you consume coffee overall.
I'd say it's generalized, yeah.
I feel like that's a really high bar to jump over from, like, underground.
Yeah.
You know how I can tell the temperature's dropping?
How's that?
My living room is not reaching 70 degrees anymore. Huggy, that's just the problem, is I just loaded it, and we're not even touching 70.
Good morning, Jaren. Welcome to the land of the living. Anybody in here not already following Christ before Jesus, you're a fool and you're wrong. So there. Yeah, I don't usually tell people that they're wrong, but I mean, I think that's subjective. Whatever objective means, I don't know. People just say it and it sounds like it's a stronger argument, so that's objectively true too.
Is it? I feel like there's a little bit of bias in there.
You feel like there's bias in there. It sounds like your subjective opinion about my objective fact.
Sure. You can call it that if you'd like.
Oh, I can sandwich objective all day long.
Objectivity is sandwich.
It's very layered.
Very nuanced. We're not bickering.
What is bickering?
It might be subjective. And if you have a subjective belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you can question that belief, request up. Nailed it. It was a 9 out of 10 because I was giggling the entire time.
That's form.
I can take that. That's you know what? I accept that point removal. That's a question. If your shadow could talk, what would it complain about the most?
How I'm always sitting on it.
Facts. That was my first thought, is like, you don't go outside enough.
Well, and walking on it.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine also, like, especially when you're in an area where the shadow can be, like, not stretched or bent, but like it's just not in a whole form, if that makes sense. I'm struggling with how to describe what's happening in my brain.
Did you say whole form?
Yes, an unbroken shadow. That's what I was looking for. Do you think they like? Do you think that if they could talk, that's like painful for them? Be like, hey, don't cast me across like a corner that hurts.
like to think different shadows hold different memories.
That's an interesting perspective.
Kind of doing this role play story where I'm like a wraith.
Not one that I've noticed, Shannon. But if he was in the chat, then he might have gotten unnoticed. He's in another live upset with me. Interesting.
I haven't seen that name.
So, if you guys want to hear something I think is interesting, sometimes what I'll do is, after one of my conversations, I'll ask the same question to an AI robot friend that I have, and one of the questions was, who is more evil, Thanos for snapping half the universe out of existence, or God for the flood of the entire world? And the AI had a very interesting response. They said because of the drowning factor that it was more torturous, so actually God was more evil than Thanos.
I would absolutely agree with that assessment, 100%.
It was like an interesting response because I hadn't thought of it.
That was quite literally my first thought. Maybe I'm an AI. Oh god. Here we go.
If you somehow single-handedly removed all gods from existence, would you be more evil than Thanos?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Why?
Because he wasn't wrong. It just sucked.
How is the other one wrong?
Because Thanos isn't a god.
Right, but if you remove gods from existence, does that make you evil in any way?
I mean, no, because evil is a religious word. It's not even like a mundane descriptor. It's exclusively religious.
And now I need what the fuck is evil, don't I?
Yes, you do.
I don't know. Evil is bad.
Okay.
Bad? Just bad.
Yeah, but if you're bad,
I think
then you're evil.
I think the cold is bad. Does that make the cold evil?
Oh. I didn't think of that.
if if uh if an item of food has turned rotten and is bad, is that evil?
Definitely no, I guess.
If only we had a believer with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, who could question that belief. Maybe they could tell us what evil is. Or really, maybe they could demonstrate what it means to question their beliefs. If that is something they can't even do. Polly, yes, there are spiritualists that come on the panel sometimes, usually to be questioned, but there are a few that I might consider spiritualists, that might consider themselves that.
I was going to say, like, by what
questions.
definition?
Right. It really is going to depend on the definition of spiritualist. I suppose if I was a responsible host, I would be proofreading a poem right now instead of...
When have you ever been a responsible host, Thrayle? Not once.
Okay. Maybe.
just let my dog out and he almost disappeared into the snow.
Yeah, my snow isn't like that. Ours is a facade. It looks like snow, but as soon as you step on it, it's hard as a rock.
I want to say we've probably gotten, I mean, just looking at my porch that no longer has a step down onto the porch, what's blown onto the porch is about 4 to 6 inches. Involved in that.
Like, what does spiritual mean? And what do you mean by ist?
Ist is just the practitioner, like, indicator, yeah.
You're a doer.
Uh-huh.
A doer of spiritual.
A doer of spiritual.
Well, I mean, then I have to ask.
That is the question. What the fuck is spirituality?
So I do have another one I'm really excited to show, but you gotta say the right word. I know. I don't think you will either. I'm trying to think of how to question you into saying it. And well, what is spirituality?
One moment.
That was an amazing answer. It was loud, it was abrupt, it was completely incoherent.
Sorry, I was asking for a moment because my dog was going outside.
I had a feeling that was it.
What is spirituality? Spirituality is, from my perspective, a means of how do I put this? Spirituality is a means of non-personal or symbolic like I guess it would be personal, but it doesn't have to be. But I would say spirituality is a symbolic representation to organize the idea that we don't have a good grasp or concept of.
You mean making shit up where you don't already know?
Yeah. But it's also, I mean, kind of, yeah, no, it is making shit up. But even just making stuff up to put in, like, just making shit up can still have meaning and significance, even if it no longer is significantly meaningful in modern society.
Does making shit up to fill in gaps where we don't know lead to the potential of not seeking a reasonable answer to go in the gap?
Say that again. I think I'm tracking the question you're asking. I just need you to say it again.
Can making shit up to fill a gap lead you to not looking for the real answer that would go in the gap?
Oh, absolutely. Because spirituality and religion in general is just how humans engage with meaning, value, ultimate questions that no one has the answer to. It's purely instrumental, but that doesn't make it any less meaningful. I hear that you're trying to get me to say something specific, but I can't pick it up yet.
I'm actually not. I'm not yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm just following the answers.
Fair. That's not common.
You said it doesn't make it less meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
Less meaningful than what? Than if it were the real answer.
Less meaningful than lived human significance.
Who's determining the meaning?
The
and the
individual.
amount of it?
The individual. It's completely subjective.
Hello, Polly.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. You've been up here a couple times. But can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm in my 40s.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So I'm Irish, so I'm a Catholic, but I kind of found out recently about the Jesus thing not being real, so kind of not a believer.
You say you found out recently about the Jesus thing not being real. How would you say you found that out?
By listening to TikTok lives and then thinking, no, surely half the stuff they're saying couldn't actually be in the Bible because I've never read it. And then going and having a wee look at it and listening and seeing the contradictions and then figuring out he didn't actually fulfill anything. So he's clearly not the Messiah. So that was a bit of a shock.
There is that.
Yeah.
So...
But go on.
Well, I'm curious. What are your beliefs now? If you feel that the Jesus thing turned out to be a lie, what do you believe is there?
Well, I think it's still like a cute story, but I never really. Turns out I wasn't much of a good Catholic anyway, because I didn't know half of the stuff that the Catholic are supposed to believe in, but I think we're very laid back in Ireland about the faith type of thing. So I was just going to explain what the spiritualist church was.
Sure, what does that mean to you?
And I don't know if in America you have it as an actual church, as a faith or creed, but in Ireland we've always believed that we could talk to our dead. So now that the Jesus thing is off the table, I'm not an atheist by any stretch. I 100% believe there's something after life because I don't have any valid explanation for how you can talk to your dead if there isn't an afterlife. Simply put.
So...
Now, first of all, before you ask me, I'm not interrupting you, but could I make a wee point? None of your trickery. I don't want to hear any indeeds and definitely no fascinatings, because I know what they all mean. So don't do it.
Not every fascinating means you're wrong. Some of them mean, oh, I didn't think of that before.
But there you go. But yeah, in Ireland, we've always believed that we could, when a family member dies, that they could still send you little signs that they were communicating with you, that you weren't alone, that they were still able to provide comfort. And my mum passed there fairly recently, and I found out about the Jesus thing after she'd passed, and I thought, God, she's up there in heaven and doesn't know, she's going to the Catholic bit, and it's obviously not there. She's going to be like looking for Peter. Excuse me, can I get in?
Empty storefront.
Yeah, well, I mean, I always thought that, Catholics are okay because they can always say, well, we pray to Mary, so, Jesus, I want to speak to your mummy, let me in. But if it turns out Jesus isn't actually in charge, that could be a problem. But as I said, I didn't ever pray to Jesus, and I only discovered this when I started deconstructing, that I realized the whole thing was based on Jesus. I never prayed to Jesus. I always pray to Mary, or I go directly to God. I wouldn't say, Jesus, can you ask your daddy? I would say, Mary, could you ask Jesus for me? Because he's not allowed to say no to you because you're his mummy. But I wouldn't have gone the other way around. But now that I know that the Jesus thing isn't likely, I went to a funeral there a few days ago, and sitting there listening to the Mass for the first time as a non-believer, it was quite surreal watching everybody stand up, bend down, all of the listening to what Paul said, and I'm leaning over to my sister in the middle of a sad enough funeral, saying, hey, guess what? See that guy they're reading it out, Paul? He never actually met Jesus. My sister's looking at me going, oh, stop it. And then I got caught up in the I know, right? Luckily, I come from a family of heathens anyway, so we're not huge into the believing. My mummy was. But, and then during funerals, we even get up to go for communion. That's bananas. That's the last thing you should be doing during a funeral. So I had no choice but to stand up and go up for communion. And instead of taking communion, I did put my hands across my chest and take a blessing instead. But I was standing there and I'm looking at the guy, at the priest, like, kind of like standing there in front of the man dressed up as Santa Claus and, I know who buys my Christmas presents. It was a bit to the side. I don't have an explanation for how the soul can survive, because I do firmly believe that there is an afterlife. We do have a spiritualist church in Ireland. We've a few of them.
When you say afterlife,
go ahead. Yes.
I'm sorry, but when you say afterlife, what is it that you have in mind?
I don't have a heaven in mind. I just have that reunion with loved ones. And I don't think that necessarily needs to be bodied, face-to-face type of scenario. I think it's just reconnecting that, I don't want to say energy, but reconnecting that link together.
Why don't you want to say energy?
Because I know what you'll say. Oh, what is energy? And so we're not doing that. But I'm happy to say about the spiritualist, because that's why I asked. I never hear spiritualists going up. I do hear people come up that say, oh, I think, I've seen a ghost, or they believe in ghosts and spirits and all of that. But I haven't actually heard, other than a few people say they're mediums, I haven't heard anyone go up and say, I am off the spiritualist church faith.
It's a very Victorian era idea, and I don't believe we have those here in the States.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Really not at all.
People that We do have a lot of people that call themselves spiritualists, but they are not of a particular practice or organized faith. They use it as a loose term. Many of them mean mediumship or some kind of divination practice, or they just mean that they believe in spirits of some kind, or they just mean that they believe something they can't explain, and they call that spirituality.
Well, I've been attending the spiritualist church lately, and it because I've been going in and I've been listening, thinking, because they say prayers. Well, they don't say prayers. They pray to a god, but they don't say who that god is, because I've been listening really carefully. And I'm pretty sure it's not Yahweh, because he doesn't sound like the type that would let you out of heaven to nip down and check your daughters are okay, once you've sort of popped off. So I'm pretty sure it's not him, but they pray to a creator, a divine father as such, and believe that they can communicate with our relatives when they pass on.
Do you believe we can communicate with our relatives?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Just because I can, well, no, none of your fascinatings. This is where when someone dies and you get little signs from them, whether it's something as simple as a little feather, or if a smell bursts into a room that was completely empty beforehand, that's strongly linked to that person. Spookily, right, and this is completely freaky spooky, but when my mum passed, shortly afterwards, we were sitting in one of my sister's houses, and she had a scan of her and her daughter. Baby was in the womb and stuff. My mum's face is in the freaking scan. And I get that when you have grief, apparently your brain's like a computer and it can't accept that person's gone. So it searches everywhere for that person in, the clouds, the trees, every face that you see. But this isn't just as simple as one of us looking, we're a big family, but it's not just one of us looking and seeing this image of my mum. It's freaky weird. Every person that we show the scan to and go, look at it, just keep looking at it. And they look and they go, oh, Jesus. And they ask, did you get your mum superimposed in that? We're like, no, it just happens to be one of those quirky little things. Now, I'm not saying that's a sign. That, I think, is probably just a weird coincidence. But things like little signs, like all of our electrical stuff will play up a few days after Mum died. In the house, all the girls, we got glitches on all of somebody on their phone, someone shortly after on their computer. But it was like we were scrolling through messages and things, and it was scrolling and showing up at ones that were just significant to that person at the time. It was all freaky type stuff, but again, it comes into the realm of personal belief. And if you are from a country where you don't believe that you can chat to your ancestors or your relatives, then it will seem bizarre. But I don't know if it is an Irish thing that we've always considered it fine. We just never told the priests about it because they don't allow it.
I wonder if that kind of subversiveness, having to hide it from the clergy, makes it spread more, if it helps give it legs.
Maybe. I mean, when I go to the service, so you go in and they sing hymns that are fairly like the Christian hymns, because people know the tunes and they know the that idea of worship as such. But there's not that many people at it. There's maybe less than 50 people in there, and there's only one, I think, I'm from the capital of the north of Ireland. So I don't know that a lot of people necessarily go as a faith, but it's quite a nice faith. It doesn't tell you to do anything. It doesn't make you feel bad. It doesn't try to say you must do A, B, and C. It's more live by personal responsibility and as above, so below, be good here. And hopefully you'll get good things because you will have
answers. Does it give answers to questions that it can't really know the answers to?
From a dogma point of view? Do you mean?
Well, from any kind of doctrinal point of view, is it providing any kind of explanations that it can't reasonably provide?
Just that there's that there's a father figure, but I think most people you can interpret that personally to be the universe. You can interpret that as being some source or a patriarchal God, if that's what, does it for you. After that, the only thing that they really say is that there's continuity of the eternal soul and that they're there to provide evidence of it. And so at the end of the service, there is a section where they will, just to prove, I guess, that there is an afterlife, they will give one or two little messages. And that's where, I guess, that's the bit that you would kind of bring into question the most, because I would be listening and I would be thinking, if this doesn't look 100% legitimate, I'm going to be, going through it with a fine-tooth comb. But it brings a lot of comfort to the people that are there. And from what I've seen so far, it seems to be bloody well accurate. I was there last week and they went straight to a man in the front row, and the whole chapel, sorry, it's not chapel, it's Catholic thing, the whole room, we were all crying by the first few minutes. The man had just lost a child, and the medium had gone straight to him and said, that his child was there, give details. And the man hadn't said a word. And he just listened, and she told him 3 or 4 different things, was able to say, your son wasn't alone when he passed. It was an accident. And it had been, apparently had been a car crash a few weeks prior. It was very emotional. But it has a...
How do you know that they didn't know each other, that there weren't already pieces of information passed?
That's a really good thing. I thought of that when I went in, and I used to years ago work delivering like training programs. So I used to be pretty good at like body language and listening for any pitch and tone that seemed out of place. And I watched that going in, and definitely nothing raised a flag to say this feels in any way, shape or fashion out of place. And God forgive me, but when I got out just to check, I Googled to see, could I find out, had there been a car crash in the last X amount of time? And right enough, what they had said, that was the case. It matched up. Now, I couldn't, and this man was breaking his wee heart. I mean, he really was.
Have seen the same articles about the car crash.
It's not impossible. I don't know if it would have had. I would say, yeah, definitely she could have heard that, but I wouldn't have imagined that the man's face would have been on it, if that makes sense. Because whenever I Googled, it just came up the details. There was no pictures of either the person who had unfortunately lost their life, but certainly nothing.
Comes to the
Sorry?
service. Is this a medium that regularly comes to the services?
Yes.
So the medium would have known this person prior?
I don't know if he's ever been there before. And now I've only been going a little.
That this medium could have spoken to?
Yeah, that's not impossible. That's not impossible, and that's a really good point, because on one of the occasions that I did go, and I was a little bit skeptical, not about the fact necessarily that, because I have always felt that I could sense my grandmother, but on one of the occasions I was there and the lady stood up and was doing her thing and passing messages on, and I didn't feel that it seemed to be very specific. I felt it was quite generalized and people were grasping at it almost. So on that occasion I had felt, not too sure about this. But she had gone to a member of the clergy and said, I'm back with you. And something that she had said sounded quite familiar, between the two of them, that she, who's with me. And the media, or the girl in the audience or in the congregation, whatever you want to call it, had said, yeah, I know, I can feel him standing beside me. And again, it was her child. But from that point of view, it is a little community. People do go back to it every single week. From what I have seen, there are a lot of regulars there in terms of team members, like staff. And also I've seen like a few regular faces in the crowd. So I suppose the North isn't that big a place, really. I will definitely be keeping a very close eye out on it in future. But what I did go for, and I would hear this, I have like muscular problems and I go to a chiropractor and everything. It flares up with stress. But they also have divine healing. And I went there for the first time last week. And honest to goodness, the girl put her hands on my back and I felt her hand. Now, like she was behind one side on my left side and another healer was on my right hand side. I didn't feel his hand heat up, but her hand went from firmly on me and being your tepid sort of body temperature to shooting hot. And I, being skeptical, had been watching her from she stood up, and I thought, if I see you go anywhere near your pocket and, you take out like some heated magnet, I will check. But it wasn't, it was her actual hand, and I could feel the heat radiating into my body. Now, and I do understand that is energy, as in terms of like your whatever's around you, your magnetic field or whatever. It is a little like acupuncture or Reiki or any of those good things. But I felt brilliant the next day. I was able to actually move my shoulders for the first time in quite a while. And I did go in with my eyes open, thinking, right, okay, and I do believe in things like self-hypnosis and meditation, and I would use them for pain and for concentration and stuff. But it was really, really good. And what made me think of how good it was the fact that I couldn't feel anything that the guy was doing, although he did say he was in training. So, maybe if in a couple of times if I go and I don't feel anything from him, maybe that just makes the woman look even better. I don't know. But it was lovely. It was, the music playing, it was like, not music like you have in your background, but it was like lovely, calming, atmospheric, lovely, just beautiful, just sitting there serene in this nice little environment, and then somebody coming and warming your back up. Fantastic.
May I ask, in your church's context, what's more central, the metaphysical claims or the practices and experiences?
I'm not really sure I understand the question. How do you mean?
Like, which is more the focal point? Is it the metaphysical, the metaphysical things that they say occur, or is it? Ooh.
Go ahead. So do you mean, is it the fact that they say they can talk to the dead?
Or is it just
that what you mean?
the practices, experiences, like ritual, not ritual, ritual's a kind of a poor descriptor of it, but like doing the things and experiencing the same patterns over and over again.
I think why people go to it, I think the only reason you would go to it is because you want to get a message from one of your loved ones. I don't think anyone goes in there that isn't looking at, unless they're going there to practice their own awareness and can they develop any sort of relationship with spirits, or for healing. But anyone I've ever seen go to it has been, you're there hoping that, and that makes you incredibly susceptible, I get that, that you get a message from your loved ones. So I think the prayer, the reason that they do the prayer and the reason they do the songs are supposedly to do with energy and vibration. I know, don't even ask me. But if you go on.
Is participation in that tradition dependent on a shared belief or a shared practice?
No. You just go in, sit down. They ask you to, if you can stand. If you can sing along, please do. The only thing that they ask you to do is, if they do come to you with a message, that you speak loudly and clearly, because apparently that helps them. I don't know how that works, but they have said before that when they go to someone and the person's mumbling, that the energy level, just that it's harder for them to get a receptor or a signal. Don't ask me. I'm not a psychic myself. I'm happy enough with getting little signs from my mum, my grandmother, and a bit of spiritual healing from my back.
What would it mean to you if you were to discover that the relief you felt from the healing doing, and that the comfort you receive from your supposed messages from your mother are also something your mind does? Would that make those things mean less to you?
I think it would be handy if I could figure out a way to do the healing bit myself. So if I did discover that person wasn't gifted, it was something I could do for myself, I'd be happy with that, because then I could do it for myself, or I could, potentially, if one of my family needed their healing, maybe we could teach each other it. The messages from family, I don't know. I think that would probably kill me. I don't know, honestly.
It's a great answer.
Collectively as a family, can I tell you the really cute bit of it? When Mum died, right? This is totally, it was like something out of Hallmark. So when we went for the funeral, it was her second funeral, for God's sake. We had to postpone her first funeral. And so all this drama, I've a load of sisters, and so we're all tootering down, carrying mummy's coffin. We get to the graveyard. My mum has always had 2 little robins out the back of where she lives, and she would always say that it was her own mummy, my nanny, and her sister. And so anyway, so we get down on the day that we were burying Mum, the second time, this little robin came out at the house, and so we're all like, oh, look, there's Mummy. That's fine. We went down to the actual down to bury Mummy, and as we were put lower in the coffin down, obviously Catholic, it's very religious ceremony, and the priest is there and he's belting out a decade of the rosary, and the next, this robin flies along, lands on the gravestone, has a little juke at all of us, flies round behind the priest, walks past him, goes up to two of my sisters who are standing there, has a wee look at them, wriggles over, and you know the way they have the hole where obviously the coffin was, has a peek down, flies down onto the coffin, flies back up, has a wee look at us and scoots off. How cute was that? You see, in that moment, even if I find out that there was nothing after this, that one single little moment gave our entire family so much comfort, because it was as hard as all hell. The wee coffin had just gone down and we were all barely standing up, and this wee thing came along, and the one thing my mum would have done, you know, if she'd have been there to get us through that moment, would have been anything she could to make us laugh. And we all bust out laughing, and it's, you know, like, of course somebody's obviously videoing it, and we're like, oh my god, look, the robin. It just flew up, and out of, you know, 30 people there, it went straight over to two of my sisters and then straight down, and you could hear the emotion of everybody going as they like looked at it, and it went over and took its time looking down on the coffin, and it was lovely. But if we find out all of that was just coincidence, well, I guess they'd be happy coincidences and a way of self-comfort, if nothing else. But then isn't all religion and faith self-comfort in some way?
I don't know.
I think so.
But that is an interesting question.
Does that make it less meaningful?
You might even say it's...
No. Don't. It's definitely not.
It is. It's a great question.
Okay.
Don't forget it.
I won't. But I'm going to Spiritualist Church on Thursday again to get a bit of healing, so I will come back and let you know how my healing went. But for now,
I'd be interested to talk to you about it then.
yeah, definitely, because I'm going to get off the phone now in case you do any of your trickery. But I love your stuff.
Like that one?
You guys are fabulous.
Appreciate you, Polly.
No worries. You can drop me down.
Like that one right there. Polly, thank you.
Big W's for Polly in the chat.
Nicely done, Polly. Thank you.
Very, very nicely done. Absolutely fascinating. And I mean that. She was great. Who else do we have in the queue? Did you mean to actually request up though, Nisha? I don't think we meant to.
Not on my end either.
I could be wrong, but I don't think Nisha meant to be here. And they're not quite loaded in, so I'm going to go ahead and set you down. And I am also lagging a bit, so I may end up recycling myself here in just a moment.
Wonderful.
Oh, you weren't excited to be...
No, I'm not excited to be alone. Thank you. Nope. Anyway, that's what I was going to say, which I don't even know if Shadow's still with us. I didn't realize that there was still a following of that caliber of spiritualism. Although I guess, I mean, faith healing kind of falls into the same category, sort of. Anyways, how is everybody? I'll answer questions. I'm not Thrayle.
I answer questions. When the time is right, the mood strikes.
Mm. Echo chamber.
Echo chamber. What do you mean echo chamber?
Horrifying.
What's
I
an
hate
echo
it.
chamber?
No. I am being petitioned to let my oldest dog outside again. Just a moment.
I see Philly has requested, but I don't see a Philly in the queue.
Is this another situation like Noctis?
I don't know. Could be. I've sent her invites, but each time I do, it's like she's not even in the room.
Yeah, I don't even have her on my invite list.
Let's see, I have sent invites from both accounts now. That's wild. I wonder why it's doing that.
I'd love to have that answer.
Now she's in the queue.
Yay!
Something on.
Hey!
Hello, Philly. How are you?
I am nervous that being Canadian is going to exclude me from your life.
I doubt that. And we'll find a way around it if it tries to.
That last guest was so charming.
Polly was wonderful. I'm sorry you didn't get up here in time. I did see that you requested it. I didn't realize the problem was still going. I thought you were resetting the app.
Mm.
But that makes me wonder how many people have been in requests and just not spoken up.
I tried to speak up without being demanding.
Well, I I usually don't let people up who are insisting, but unless it's a friend who I didn't notice was in queue, especially this empty a panel. And Shadow is just a shadow, I think, right now.
I think at this point, perhaps.
Any other good conversations?
I'm gonna guess that's what's going on with Kat right now, because she's helloing in all caps. And I don't see her in queue. It's been interesting, it's been slow, and now I think I'm understanding why. I mean, slow as in the requests, but not in the audience. We've had, well over 100 people in the room for several hours. Hasn't been quite as wild as yesterday's swings. Now there's a cat in queue. How long were you waiting?
Since before you left.
Wow.
Because I hit the request button so Morgan didn't have to be up here by herself, and then Morgan had to be up here by herself.
She did amazing.
She did.
Thanks, guys. That means a lot.
So what did you do to finally get the request through? Did you just...
I just left and came back.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I literally just, swiped away and then came back.
I canceled my request and requested twice.
Interesting. So if you're trying to join the panel and you can't seem to get your request accepted, maybe try that. Remove your request and request again, or throw one up in chat so I know that you're waiting to question your beliefs.
And then Philly came up and she was really chipper and I was rethinking my life decisions, but then I just wanted to see if it would work.
I am chipper. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know how people can be chipper in the morning, but it's nice.
I've been up for over an hour.
The statement I said still stands.
So you both
It takes me well over an hour.
You both missed
well
the
over.
vote overnight. There was a vote. We had to determine whether or not what the fuck is force should include lightsabers.
What did you determine?
Well,
My vote is yes.
yeah, the poll determined by overwhelming majority that in fact
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, I'm not chipper. Yeah.
You can be chipper, it's okay.
you're a little close to the mic, Cat. We're catching every breath.
Sorry.
That's all right. But yeah,
Is that better?
So just so we're clear, those are laser knives, not
Right.
lightsabers.
Right. Beautiful laser knives.
Is that a skeletal Jedi in the back?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh god, that's funny as
Amazing.
hell.
Perfect Toaster says, I got laser eye surgery. Total ripoff. Did not get laser eyes. I did think about changing Thrayle to have more of a Darth look to him, but I opted not.
I like the one in the background. It definitely answers the question when you first look at this. It's like, is this Star Wars? Oh yeah, no, this is Star Wars.
No.
No, this is celestial skeletal bat goddess.
Battles.
Battles? Yes, yes.
Battles. Celestial bat goddess battles.
So there were actually two of these backgrounds where I was like, which one do I use? And the other one I have not put up for a vote yet, because I'm not sure if it's. I might need outside opinion. Sometimes I just shouldn't do things and decide what's good. That's a good idea. So it was What is Sin? And in one of them, there's a, depiction of kind of like a human embodiment of each sin. And they're, kind of like superheroes almost. Like a lineup of them. And
Are you going to tell us about this but not show us?
And then in the other one, it's kind of more of like a smorgasbord of like bodies sitting and like kind of but kind of like demonic faces and weird vibes to it. Vibe, if a vibe
What is a vibe?
Yeah, I know. Weird.
No, Thrayle, what's a vibe?
Implications of mood.
My vote is for the sins embodied as people. I think that's fun.
The concern about the other one, of course, is that I had to strategically place some flower petals. And I'm worried about TikTok guidelines.
That was gonna be a private viewing before it's shown publicly.
I'm just not sure how to stress test it without risking the live.
Do it right at the end, right before the poem.
Is that better than doing it right at the beginning? Maybe the beginning would be better.
Maybe the beginning would be better. But then you'd have to restart. If you do it at the end, then you're just done. You see what I'm saying?
You're picking up what she's putting down.
Right, but then if they penalize the live, then it's the short one, not the whole one that went. What are we at? 9 hours. But I will show the other one for the time being. Though, actually, I'm having reservations about that, too. I don't know. Sin might be too much for us. But I did do this one.
Ooh.
I like this one.
Yeah, this one didn't require too much deliberation.
Lots of deer antlers.
I noticed that too.
Is the moon a part of that deer's antlers? Is that a like double moon?
It does have
What's
like a
happening?
little crescent thing happening in its antler.
Uh-huh.
But it can't be the moon because the moon is behind the Bat Goddess in the image.
Point is like, are we double mooning? Is
Ira Moonstone says, I think what this is saying is that I need antlers.
accurate? That's exactly what this is telling you. It's actually antler purchasing propaganda.
Okay, I'll skip all the pomp and circumstance and just skip to the word I didn't get you to say earlier.
Dang. That's a good one. You got I Ching in there too? Hell yeah. No feng shui. Although I suppose that's more energy, isn't it?
The fuck is energy?
Good question. Oh, goodbye, Philly.
Yeah, I might redo it just for the text. You're right, Cat the Witch. I thought it would pop better on TikTok, but it's not bright enough for a contrast like that.
Yeah. Makes it a little grainy too.
Yeah, I can fix it.
I'd say, if anything, that's an easy fix. Well, easy by comparison. Guys, it's not blueberry coffee, it's tea. It's for tea leaf reading.
This time it did change it to a tea. Normally it is the blueberry coffee.
Ooh. The image finally clarified, and now it's not grainy as shit.
No, that's you. That's not me.
Yeah, no, it is me.
I keep almost clicking on the sin one, but we're not going to go there. We're going to go back to the frigid, freezing cold and see if anybody is left that actually has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Because if you do and you are capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on that. Thank you, Lady Huggy, as always. Appreciate you.
Will do, Huggy.
Yep. We may may be nearer the end than you think, but we'll definitely share it out before the poem.
Surely not everyone's frozen in place. Toaster reference materials are just the palm, nothing else.
Woody says, okay, who's breathing? Are they asleep? I hope we're all breathing.
Oh, is that something we're supposed to do?
I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you I'm not your medulla, but if that's the kind of reminder you need, then breathe. Breathe. Breathe.
Okay, but I can't take it anymore. What am I supposed to do now?
Breathe. Did we lose Philly or did the glitch claim her?
I think the glitch may have claimed her. I did not see any kind of message that she was leaving. I just saw her drop.
Well, of course she can request backup if she's still here and stick a hand up in the air if you are in the queue. Oh, Whitty said phone call, so there you go. And Shadow, I think, has fallen to Shadow.
I'm going to mute because I feel like my dog is loud and you don't want to hear her mouth sounds.
I don't think your dog is the problem. But you could have a dog and a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that. And if you can question that belief, request up. Let's chat.
You could have a dog and a belief.
Yup. Also, if you believe your dog is a god, that is a belief I'd like to question. What I'd like to question is what the hell my dog is barking at, because there's nothing outside, it's just snow.
Well, I did not expect us to reach the goal before we had a guest. Surely, I thought, somebody with a belief in a god or gods would come through here. But I do thank Glow with Flow, Jonathan D., and Cat DeWitch all for helping with the goal. Thank you all so much. Now all we need is someone with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Otherwise, I think it's about to be, well, time for a bad poem and a bad nap.
A bad poem?
I mean, I could have just under-enunciated bad.
This is true.
You heard what you wanted to hear.
No, I just wasn't listening. I'm working on my fire right now.
And if you're having trouble with the requests and you'd like to join us on the panel to question your beliefs, if you think that I'm just ignoring you, go ahead and throw a 1 in the chat and I'll send you an invite up here.
It's been an ongoing issue. It's not just you. Thrayle, did you see that Philly requested?
I did not see it, but if you cancel your request, Philly, I'll invite you up. Maybe that will work. Philly Red isn't available to go live together. Well, why would I be able to accept her request then?
You were?
Interesting.
Well, now I was.
Took 2 tries again.
Wild. I wonder if
If
it's
you
you or
believe in
me
a
that
god or
needs an
gods.
updated app.
You believe in a god and can question your beliefs. Request up. And if you have requested up, say so in the comments.
I mean, I could just go through and invite everybody watching. But then that
would be
might get
absolute
messy.
chaos.
May I question the questioners?
That might
Yeah.
jog some blood.
I think we've determined the cold weather background doesn't help, so we can throw up the questioner for a little bit. That's the wrong one. There we go.
So I know I heard Thrayle, you asking Morgan earlier, what is spirituality? I wondered if you have a working definition of spirituality, Thrayle.
If you have a belief, sorry, I pushed a button. Spirituality would be having a belief in something that confirms your connection to an answer you don't have.
So, can an atheist who doesn't believe in the supernatural be spiritual by your definition?
Yeah. Something that confirms your connection to an answer you don't have. Oh, I am really lagging. I'll fix that.
I wonder if you have any spirituality, Thrayle.
Or identify with any.
I don't know that I do. I don't think that I have anything that I feel connects me to some great beyond or some answer that I can't give. I mean, the idea that I am just a piece of whatever exists, that I am just some facet of existence, existing and experiencing itself, is already getting a little into the poetic. Like it's still trying to provide more than I think I can observe. But I think that's as far as like spirituality or anything like it would be, is that I am a part of, or I am in somehow this existence, experiencing it. Other people take that a step further, saying that, you know, I am this existence, or that means there's some kind of connection beyond explanation. And I think that it can be quantified. Most likely.
So if I called, oh, if you are requesting, please say so in chat. So if I said that my spirituality is my connection to what I deem to be a meaningful connection to whatever is larger than myself. Yet I feel that I can explain all of that, those connections. Do you think that our definitions of spirituality must be misaligned?
No, I just wonder why you would use spiritual to describe these connections. What about them is spirit-like, to include that word?
Dang, you turning the question back on me. It is the best.
Folks.
It is. I think that it is the best categorization that the English language currently has for the sense of transcendence and awe and wonder that I associate with those connections. Do you ever use, sorry, if you had a question.
No, I was thinking about it, but It's question the questioner.
Do you ever use the word spirit in a way that means attitude, mindset? She has a curious spirit.
Or the spirit of the law.
I like that, Morgan.
Well, I understand spirit of the law to be a metaphor for intention, where you're talking about intention versus verbatim, word for word, right? Letter versus spirit of the law. So I understand that as a metaphor. I think that's what most other usages that you're talking about are. It's a spirited question, but does that just mean it's a question with an attitude, with a certain mood given it? I think of those as kind of common metaphors people use when they're talking about something having life to it or meaning to it.
Could it just be how you define the word and just be intention?
Like a sandwich.
No
An intention
sandwiches in this
sandwich.
conversation. Nope.
Good morning, Kane. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good, Thrayle. So since it's Question the Questioner, I decided to come up and ask you questions, hey?
Okay, what do you got?
What inspired you to ask the questions in the first place?
Like when I was a child, what inspired me to ask the questions that cleared me from believing in something, that made me recognize that I didn't believe in something?
Yeah, did you find doubt, or were you just curious? What caused you to start questioning in the first place?
As far as I can remember, it was doubt because of the way certain things were expressed and didn't line up, didn't make sense. So I guess because I wanted to make sense of things, I was told.
Is that still why you ask questions?
Sometimes. I mean, oftentimes. But I find also that asking questions from that perspective causes others to reflect on the answers. And I think that's important, even if the answers are right.
Why is it important to you?
Because if we just allow assumptions or assumed answers to fit into gaps and fill voids in our knowledge, then we risk those answers becoming solidified and leading us or allowing us to do harms or at the very most least, to stand by it, allow harm, based on some belief that things will be better or God will work out in the after. Sort of complacency, if not outright excuse, for harming others, could easily occur from any belief, untested and questioned.
Those were good answers. That's all I had for you.
Those were good
joining
questions.
building upon that.
Go for it.
Would you say that any unexamined belief that is unsubstantiated is inherently dangerous?
I don't know if it is inherently dangerous. I think by nature of the potentiality for it to be dangerous, I think that means it is.
The potentiality means that it is dangerous.
Well, is it dangerous for you to drink an unlabeled bottle of liquid?
What would you say to that?
Yes.
Because of the potential for it being something damaging. Even if it is not, even if it is just water, the fact that it's unlabeled and you don't know that it's water means that it is dangerous.
The action is dangerous, not the bottle.
So
the holding of the belief without testing it is the dangerous thing, whether the belief is dangerous or not.
The holding without testing it is a dangerous action. Whether the belief that is being held is dangerous.
You could replace dangerous with risky.
Mm-hmm. If missed you too, King. Glad you're here. If you examined your belief, determined that you cannot substantiate it, yet still choose to act as if that belief is true, is that action dangerous, risky?
It can be. I think if you've examined it and examined it for those potential dangers, that is something important. I think that the potentiality remains, but I don't think it's necessarily inherently as dangerous as if you hadn't examined the belief at all. I think it's good to periodically test it.
What does testing a belief look like?
Questioning it. Holding it up to scrutiny, not just your own.
Is there, in your opinion, wisdom in holding an unexamined belief that you have, or that one has determined to be beneficial in one's life?
How did you determine that it was beneficial if it's unexamined?
Can the belief be unexamined while the consequences of the belief be examined?
So you're saying the consequences are known, but
Yes.
the belief itself is not.
Yes. An example could be somebody who goes to AA and follows the program and is able to stay sober as a result.
I think that if done carefully, that even that belief should be examined, questioned, and scrutinized. But that is something that should not be taken lightly.
What does it look like to examine a belief like that, quote, carefully, as you say?
To understand that the consequences of examining it could mean its removal or end. And so, if that is required in order to maintain in this case, sobriety, then perhaps it should be examined from the perspective of why it is necessary, and if it could be replaced, and if it can be, what thing replacing it could be less harmful, that could survive examination, or does it Does it need replacing? Does it just need an understanding that it I don't know. I don't know. I think I need to think on it more. I find myself sure when I'm questioning someone that the angle I'm using is reserved, unless I don't know. I think sometimes that I should probably just say I don't know, shouldn't I?
We like an I don't know here. I don't know if you've noticed that.
But I do question people with those kinds of beliefs. I question them about, if it's necessary, why it's necessary. Is there some other thing that could be used in that way? Does it have to be something unexamined and ethereal, or can it be something measurable or real, even themselves? I don't know if that's the best approach, but it is an approach that I take.
Do you ever doubt that approach?
You got me doing it right now. I could be wrong. Always. W for the mods.
I want to push on this line of questioning more, but I don't know that I have the right questions right now. But don't worry, I'll pounce when there's a question the questioner again.
Oh, I know you will. Good morning, Kazoo.
Good morning.
Did you have a question for the questioner?
Yeah, I do.
Has like 17 questions for the question.
Well, I'm very cynical, right? And I admire you questioning people, but also the ability to listen for a long time. Your lives are long, right? So do you honestly like have a drive to do this, question people's beliefs? Or do you kind of, like, is this something that you're very, very still interested in? Or do you kind of do it because it's a whole thing now?
I am still interested in it. I'm still excited every time I get someone to question something that they seemed sure of.
Does it ever make you sad to watch people fold
Yes.
after being prompted just with, like, easy questions?
Yes.
Does you doing this does it help you reach some kind of belief? Is it like a workshop?
Well, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I'm workshopping anything at the moment. I
No.
don't think so.
Do you have somebody in your life besides this panel that questions you in the way that you question others? I feel like you're such a big outlet for people, but I always want to look at the person that's the outlet and ask if they have an outlet.
I have some friends who frequent the panel who question me outside of this, and I think my wife, what she does is definitely sometimes questioning. Whatever it is, it's working.
Do you ever come up with new conclusions?
Do I ever come up with new conclusions?
Your own belief?
What is a conclusion?
I like to use the phrase lay your head down at night. I mean, do you ever come to a pretty good answer that you can tell yourself? Or keep going? Because often belief in religion is the only thing that does keep people going. Or, moving forward. Or a set of morals. Do you have something like that?
Questioning.
That's your favorite. That's your thing.
I think the only belief, the only conclusion that I really do have, and I say it all the time, and it's not meant to be dismissive, is that we should question our beliefs. We should question the answers. And we should periodically question those again.
If you could ask the Catholic faith one question, what would it be? And I said Catholic faith. I mean, obviously that's a metaphorical kind of situation. But what would be your biggest question of that?
I would want to know, if I could ask the Catholic Church something and get an honest answer.
Right. I don't know who you'd ask these questions to, but a Thrayle of Catholicism, I guess. What would you ask them? You gotta have the big fat question answer.
Well, I mean, it's kind of broad. Would I ask a faith a question? How would I ask a faith? Or is it just the institution?
Maybe I didn't word it correctly. Well, let's just do the institution.
Engage with the hypothetical, Thrayle.
I know, but I have to define
sorry.
hypothetical. It's all right.
Too hard.
I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure if it's engage. Is it? If I could ask the Catholic Church something and get an honest answer, I might ask them about the truth of what history they really hold.
The truth of the history they hold, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If I knew I was getting an honest answer.
Suppose you'd ask all of them that.
Especially that of apostolic succession. I'd want to know.
Does it bother you that we won't ever really know?
Not really. Not too deeply.
So those kind of questions don't bother you that you'll never know.
I learned a long time ago that the answers to my question, any questions, are rarely going to be satisfying. And it's really just a matter of degrees. Does the answer at least fit the question. That's the bar. Right or wrong, true or false. I'm going to question all of that.
Do you lead your family in a religion? Or is that too close?
Ask that again.
Do you lead your family in a religion? You know, they say that the father is the head of the household, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying that for like a broad, like, do you and your family follow the faith?
Yeah. Not really, no. My wife has beliefs, but they are generally secular and scientific. My son has an exploratory mind, but no convictions of anything. Right. But yeah, no faith that we hold. There's no label we wear or meeting
You
we
don't pack up
attend.
on a Sunday and go to a building.
No.
Did you study this in school?
Study what?
Religious philosophy-ish.
Not formally, no.
I think. I mean, I have a lot of rapid fire questions, but I'm trying to be smart. But I think I'm gonna be.
I understand. It's hard to always have a question, isn't it?
What's your When did you start doing that? These lives.
We're going on 16 months, 14 to 16 months, somewhere around there. Maybe I'm missing the obvious number. Maybe it has been right at 15 months. It was either August or September or October, somewhere around there. Yeah, right around there. Maybe Kira knows better.
Somebody says
She
August.
was here on the first. She was here for the first live. She got questioned.
Were you inspired by another live?
I don't know about inspired. I mean, yeah, I guess a whole lot of different lives and other similar platforms. There were tons of people doing debates and call-in shows and arguing and yelling, and I didn't want to do that.
You didn't want to debate.
I wanted to have more questioning format. I wanted to have a more respectful dialogue, and I saw it happening in at least 2 different lives before I started mine, so I knew it could be done.
With debate often comes ego, and ego gets in the way of asking a lot of questions and answering truthfully.
Mm-hmm. The competitive nature of it. Everybody wants to win, to score points, to cook the opponent.
L's and W's.
They all want their W's, yeah. That's why I give the W's on the I don't knows. The thing that they find most insignificant.
Thrayle, there is a requester that has spoken up in chat.
Oh, I see. I see there is a 1. I mean, yeah, we can see where that goes. If it works, I sent an invite. If that doesn't work, you can always try requesting again. There he goes. Hello, Russell. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have, yes.
Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
I never held that view, so like that never ever crossed my mind to read it in that manner.
Mm. Do you believe the 6-day creation is true?
When I was younger, I thought it could be possible, but as I grew, it just became like irrational to hold to that position.
Does that mean that the 6-day creation is not true?
Correct, yeah. Not in a literal sense.
Is it true in some other sense?
There could be some kind of symbolism behind it, or there can be some kind of like how creation was broken down into 6 different sections and to represent Sabbath and all that stuff, but not in a literal 24-hour period creation.
Do you believe that Adam and Eve is a true story? The Garden of Eden?
I think I'm not a literalist on Adam and Eve either. I don't think they were. I think they could have existed, but I don't think it's an actual literal like interpretation of that's how humanity came into existence.
Do you believe there was an original sin?
I don't believe in original sin as like Catholics and other religious churches talk about it. I think there was a fall, which I think that's what original like that's what it means for there to be like an original sin that caused the fall, but not the way that other Christians say that like everybody's born with sin.
So not everybody is born with sin?
No, that would be irrational, because like in order for under my understanding, in order for you to sin, sin is some kind of an intentional thing. So like if something is born innocent, it wouldn't be sin. It would be sinless.
What is sin?
Going against God's will.
How do you know God's will?
So God's will is something that, first of all, it's revealed through us, through Scripture. But even when we don't have Scripture, I think it's written in our heart. We can tell when something is beneficial for us or for a society. Or we're able to test, like we can test for suffering. We can test for like flourishment and mental stability and all that stuff. But besides us, like being able to observe it, it's also revealed through Scripture.
You're saying that we can observe God's will through the flourishing of humans?
Yeah,
Is it just humans?
No, it would go anything that's able to suffer.
I'm sorry, what?
I think, like other things besides humans can suffer. So no, it wouldn't just be humans.
So the flourishing of anything that is capable of suffering would be
correct.
God's will.
Yeah, God's will would be that which brings forth well-being and brings forth like a preferable state of affairs that brings joy and happiness.
Suffering.
What's that?
Is it only in life forms that are capable of suffering, or can those that are not capable of suffering flourish under God's will, or is that just insignificant?
Give me an example. Are you referencing like fetuses and stuff like that?
I don't know. I'm not referencing anything specific. Just you made the distinction about things that can suffer. So if it can suffer, then its flourishing is God's will. But if it can't suffer, then is its flourishing irrelevant to God's will?
Yeah, if it's some inanimate object that can have any future, present or future state of affairs that allow it to have these experiences, it's irrelevant, right? You can't make a share.
So if it
or
could
rock
have
suffer.
a future state of affairs, if a microorganism doesn't experience suffering but could in the future, then that is relevant to God's will.
Talking more about like immediate future, like future that's measurable for us, right? Like a fetus is something that we can deprive these state of affairs, but like bacteria and stuff like that, I wouldn't really consider it as part of this.
So the thriving
argument.
of bacteria is irrelevant to God's will.
Yeah, good questions. I've never been asked this, but I guess it wouldn't fall under the category.
You mentioned an argument, and I noticed we veered away from Scripture just a bit. Is that what you're really trying to do, is workshop an argument for God's will exterior to Scripture?
Yes. I think that Scripture complements what I observe, but I don't think that I believe in God solely because I read Scripture. But those are good questions you asked.
I'm more
I've never
interested
thought
in
about that.
questioning the beliefs of those who can question their beliefs. So I
Thrayle.
think I've shared the questions I'd like to.
Okay.
I just have a quick line of questioning. Earlier in the chat, we had a quick exchange about categories of God concepts. Is it okay if I ask him a couple questions to clarify that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So Russell, when you say God in that framework, what do you mean by the word?
So when I talk about God, or when I hear other people talk about, we're talking about that which brought forth the universe or reality.
So
It's
more
either an
so in the
intentional.
sense of a God concept. Like, what do you mean? Because we discussed earlier in the chat that there's more God concepts than just theism, atheism, and deism, right?
Yeah. When it comes to that, it would be some kind of intentional deity or intentional being that brings forth
Okay.
reality, whether it's a Christian, Islam, or Buddhist. But
So
quick,
is that? Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Is that categorizing about believing or not believing, or about what kind of thing God is?
Oh, believing, because I was saying that it was a true dichotomy. It's either the case that a God brought actual existence, or nature just did it, right? It's a true dichotomy. So, whether we believe, whether we negate or accept the proposition, that's just irrelevant to the truthfulness of the proposition that's being said.
So those categories, atheism, deism, theism, do those answer the question about believing or not believing, or about what kind of thing the God is?
They answer, yeah. Those are two separate arguments. The state of your belief, whether you suspend belief or affirm or reject. That's a whole different conversation.
Do all three of those positions assume God as a being or person?
You would have to have some kind of notion of God that everybody colloquially kind of accepts. If you have some kind of like unique definition of God that's just specific to you, then it just, I wouldn't know what's being said.
If someone doesn't think of God as a being at all, where would they fit in that model?
That would be privatized definition that I wouldn't know what to do with.
So would it be fair to say your categories work well if God is a being, but might not cover other definitions?
But I would argue that if you're making that distinction, then most people wouldn't recognize that as a God anymore. It's you're maybe like closer to naturalism or something like that.
So the only reason I'm asking is because definitions decide which categories apply. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah, and I agree that definitions can be subjective. So if you have a different definition, then that would just be a whole different conversation of how you're defining God, which I would be willing to like get into. But that's just how it's argued. There's a strict definition of what would be considered a God.
Is there?
Yeah, there has to be some kind of intention behind it, some kind of mind, some kind of awareness for it to be, to fall under the definition of God. But hey, here's the reason I requested host is because I was actually like, I've been listening to a lot of atheist lives, and just the state of affairs of the world around me, like, it's just, I don't understand how there's so much like people take the notion, they defend horrible things, and I'm just like confused. I don't know why God is producing such, the notion of God is producing such filth. So the last couple months, I've just been kind of like very confused in my position.
You're saying because people are using the notion of God to defend horrible things, that it's causing you confusion in your own belief?
Yes, because normally I'm very like, I don't like those arguments. I tend to like lean towards philosophical arguments. But when I'm looking at the totality of what I'm being like, what I'm talking to, like when I talk to a Christian or a religious person, like they tend to defend very irrational positions, and I just don't understand how that's the case. I tend to notice that the atheist seems to be, not all of them, because that's another thing. A lot of atheists have like horrible arguments, which pisses me off too. But things that I value, which is rationality and like consistency and all that stuff, I think the atheist sometimes values that as much as I do. And I tend to see that a lot of the Christians just toss that aside and they don't care. And I just don't like aligning with that type of people. And I try to find good theists that are willing to be like open-minded and like rational and like push back. But I've spent years on this app, and I think I found like maybe like a few of them, but most of them are just like willing to die on like these nasty hills just to defend their faith.
Do you have
Do
a
you think that they
hypothesis?
are?
What's that?
That's actually a good question.
What did you ask, Phil Red?
Go ahead and ask it again.
Do you have a hypothesis for why you have so much trouble finding theists who think like you?
No, that's why I was wanting to join the panel. See if you guys can help me dig a little deeper, because I don't know, and I hate to be like, oh, I'm like special, and I think, because that's also like very narcissistic of me to be like, oh, look, I'm a special Christian. I see things differently. You know, I'm aware of that narcissistic behavior, and I don't want to go down that route either. I just value things that other people don't, and I don't understand why.
I think it's your duty to question the people in your own faith sometimes. So don't feel bad, or don't feel that you're being a hypocrite.
Yeah, thank you. But I've been struggling with this for like a few months already. I haven't been debating as much. I think if I come back debate a lot more, I think I'm gonna start debating Christians, just because I feel frustrated with the whole situation. But yeah, I'm kind of stuck right now.
Can I ask you what in the last few months that made you come to this questioning part of it? Like, why? What in the last few months have gotten you really frustrated? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
Without being too,
No, it was nothing personal. Like I always put my personal life aside. It doesn't affect the way that I approach things. But just I've always been like a cheerleader for the theist side. But recently, I've been following some atheists, and they argue like some of the stuff that in scripture, that becomes talks about how they mistreat other people, like women, and they mistreat like LGBTQ community, and they make very good arguments as to why the scripture defends these things. And instead of like siding with the side of like, instead of siding with like being kind and like being like fair and like caring about other people. They prefer to defend scripture, and they prefer to like not. They prefer to ignore the contradiction that's being presented to them during the debate, and it frustrates me a lot when I see stuff like that.
Kiera asks a great question in chat. Do you know theists in marginalized communities?
Do I know theists in marginalized communities? I don't. I don't. Like personally, I don't know a lot of people that would fall under that category. But I just, yeah, I'm just stuck right now, and I enjoy watching like specifically lives like yours, host, and other lives that just make people think about their positions. And right now, I think I'm like searching for answers. Because if something was so perfect and so good, then why does it produce such filth? It's just I'm just confused.
That's a good question. Keep asking it.
You're not alone in thinking that. So it's that very minuscule thing of me telling you that a lot of people are struggling with that. And we'll continue. You're not alone, for sure.
Thanks, thank you. So I'll be hanging out with you guys in this community. I won't say much, but I'll just listen. And I just wanted to see if you guys had any pushback, but just letting me know that I'm not alone. That's cool.
You're definitely not alone, Russell. There are several people who express similar things about other believers and, you know, their arguments or their methods being contrary to their own. I wonder if it is the believers who are the problem, or if it is, as Matthew 12:33, I think, points out about a tree just being known by its fruit. It is the religion, the tree.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, that's the perfect scripture you brought up. Like, what kind of fruit are we producing?
May I ask if your family is religious? Your parents or your mother?
All my siblings and parents, they've fallen away from the church. I'm the only one that is still going to church. And my wife and my kids do go to church. But I do try to like correct a lot of the stuff that sometimes is taught to them, and I try to teach them to not be hypocritical, to bear good fruits.
It seems like a big ask sometimes, doesn't it? That
It does, yeah.
not be hypocritical, and I think that very frustration is definitely troubling. So you're not alone.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for having me up, host. This definitely helps, but
I appreciate you, Russell. I hope you keep asking questions. I really do.
thanks, man. You guys have a good day. Bye.
You too. Big W's in chat for Russell. He's asking some tough questions. And while I don't have any answers, I wonder if he already does.
He's certainly not alone.
Definitely not.
Going off script and trying to unteach or realign your children with what they're believing is also not easy. So, but I think he's doing the right thing. So keep it up, man.
No, it was that guy. You guys have scripts for parenting. Definitely not.
That's the whole
Sure, they're
fucking
gonna be
deal, dude. I wish they had a
right.
fucking script or a
Shit,
fucking
I
syllabus,
wish.
man. You
There's
need
a
a
whole
syllabus at
industry.
least.
Even just a rubric.
Yeah, there's a whole industry of self-help books and guides that claim to know the right way to parent. And if you find one that you can empirically prove is correct, then I'm going to question the shit out of it.
My favorite is I like to go to antique malls, and sometimes they have old parenting books from like the 60s and the 50s. I love to purchase them and look through them. It's just amazing how different it is. Just the basic stuff.
It was a big engine.
I know, I'm at the gas station. I'm running away from my family. I have to sit in a parking lot at the gas station to have a moment of silence.
Oh no.
It's okay. How to hide from your children.
To successfully hide from your children for 20 minutes.
I'm on call all day. And we just got a puppy amidst the snow, which I don't know whose idea that was. Mine. But it was not the best idea. Not the best thought through, but that's okay.
You know what else isn't very well thought through? Yeah, but it's gonna have to work.
What poem? As a parent, my two favorite things.
Well, I always end the live with a poem. And today's no exception. And this one, I mean, it has the operating conditions of a poem. So we'll call it that. Operating conditions.
Well, who's the author?
It's a collaborative effort.
Okay. Gotcha. Do you... I'm sorry, maybe I'm new. Do you put them together yourself?
I put them together, yeah.
Oh, I love it. All right, let's hear it.
With the help of an AI.
Let's hear it.
But that's because I do one daily, and it's a lot more work to write a poem on your own that means something every single day than you would think. Maybe not than you would think. It's a lot of work.
I ghostwrite on a page with. Never mind. But yeah, I get it. Let's hear it.
So we will do just that. But before we do, I've got to thank everybody for being here. I got to thank each of you for being on the panel and asking your great questions, because those were awesome questions. Also, thank you to everybody in the audience for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for being the best damn audience on Thank you all for questioning your beliefs so regularly and so well. And thank you to the sleepers, because you guys, I mean, well, you're here, aren't you? So thank you guys. No, I mean it. I really do appreciate the sleepers. And also thank you to all the mods for really making this live, well, the best atmosphere for the best audience on TikTok. We couldn't do it without you. And now, I'm going to unceremoniously drop each of my friends with a quick goodbye. Thank you, Kazoo. Thank you, Philly. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Kat. And thank you, Clown. So good to see you all again, right at the end. Oh yes, it is time, Polly. It's that time. And if you want to join the community, see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, there is a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. That first link will take you to a Discord. You'll want to make sure when you get there that you read the rules. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. So thank you guys so much. And did I forget anyone? I don't know. If I did, thank you. Thank you all for being here. And well, I think there's really only one thing left. The answer arrives already rehearsed, nodding to itself. It does not ask to be examined, only accepted and placed on the shelf. If accuracy needs protection, what exactly is being kept safe? Why does inspection feel like damage when nothing factual should break? Narratives claim supervisory rights, assign intent to every turn, yet systems run without oversight, unmoved by what is hoped or learned. Dust settles with no agenda. Stars collapse without a vote. No clause explains the aftermath. No witness signs the final note. The world does not adjust its pace when challenged, praised, or misunderstood. It continues, precise and cold, doing exactly what it would. Ask it honestly, to find its rationality. Question the answer, illuminate the doubts, and what remains after examination. Is it belief, or just what reality allows? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.